Hello, hello, welcome and hello. Let's see where everybody's from in the chat. Where's everybody watching from today? This is January 21st, 2022, and we are doing another live stream here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. It's nice to see everybody. We've got some new stuff to try out this evening. This is not going to be a 10-hour-long wall-to-wall severe weather coverage thing that we normally do. We're not expecting, tornadoes today. We're not expecting anything crazy like that. However, we are expecting a very rare ice storm to occur down here in the Carolinas, and maybe even some snow up there from the Carolinas into Virginia and the southern Maryland area. So we're going to watch all that stuff unfold. We do have storm chasers on the ground today. In fact, right now, I think we have one who's live. Yeah, we got professional storm chaser Vince Waelti, who is in, he's on I-40 heading down towards Wilmington. We also have, let me see if I can't pull him up here. We have, Brett Adair from Live Storms Chasers, so or Live Storms Media. Okay, so he's a little bit up towards the north and east there in New Bern. So Vince is heading towards Wilmington, North Carolina on I-40, and Brett Adair is in New Bern. You can see their little place markers there below me. We've got not only the live video now, but also live tracking on their actual locations on the map there. So very excited to try out some of the new things today. Once again, this is not severe weather coverage. We are not expecting tornadoes or anything like that. What we're going to be doing this evening is we're going to continue to look at the forecast and what you can expect as we go later on through the day. We're going to monitor the radar. We're going to check in with our storm chasers every once in a while, and then of course we're going to try out a lot of different stuff here. The goal with these winter live streams is to kind of test out all these little bells and whistles that we have, so that in the spring or in the summer or in the fall during hurricane season or severe weather season, this is like a well-oiled machine, and we can get those warnings out and everything with the tornadoes and stuff very quickly, and that we don't run into any hiccups. Okay, we want all the hiccups to happen during our winter weather coverage, but at the same time we're going to do everything we possibly can to provide as good of winter weather coverage as we can. Okay, so welcome guys. Thank you everybody who's tuned in today. We do have 5,000 people tuned in on this once again Friday, January 21st, 2022, and even though we're not sharing life-threatening or life imminent danger kind of information, let's still put this out there on social media. Let's get this out there in front of as many people as possible. The more the merrier this evening here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. How's it going, Heidi? How's it going, Jacob? How's it going, Mike? Nice to see you guys here. Thank you, Kyle. Really appreciate that. And then thank you, Lee or Lay. Thank you so much for that. Now, what we're going to do here in the beginning of this video, because this isn't going to be like a 10-hour long video, I'm assuming there's also going to be a bunch of people who watch this that don't want to watch the full thing. Okay, so we're still going to go here live for at least a couple hours. So if you're tuning into this after the live stream has ended, hello, what you're about to see is the next 10-20 minutes or so is going to kind of be like a normal video of mine. We're going to look at the forecast models. We're going to talk about what's going to happen this evening, tomorrow, and then we're going to play around and look at some of the long-term models and see what's going to happen even further down the road than that. Okay, and then once that's over, we're going to come back and do our live coverage here. Okay, does that sound good to you guys? Does that sound good? Once again, got a lot of new little things that we're trying out this evening. So if anything looks a little weird or if anything doesn't work out properly, please let me know. Once again, trying to make the stream here like the best coverage you could ever get on anything. I don't care if it's snow, ice, a hurricane, severe weather, everything that I've done here with the new layout, everything that I've done with all the new little bells and whistles that we have, it was done with you in mind, the end user in mind. So let me know if there's anything that I need to change on that. Okay, so let's go over here real quick before we jump into the weather models. Let's go over here to the radar and look at what we are talking about overall with the storm that we're looking at today. So if you watched my last video, man, This has been another one of those storms that has just been a doozy, okay? It's been a daggone doozy out here trying to predict what's going to happen with this system, okay? Now we're talking about an overrunning event. We're not necessarily seeing a big low-pressure system form out here and you know, kind of digging down a big trough with a bunch of new snow on the backside. We're still not talking about a major blizzard with over a foot of snow for anybody, but what we are seeing is what we call an overrunning event. Where we just have this constant stream of moisture kind of working up the southeast coast here, and on the backside there is a little bit of cold air that has infiltrated here. That's going to be associated a little bit with that cold air damming that we've talked about before, but also there's some dynamic cooling going on here too, and this is one of the reasons why it's so rare, okay? This is a rare winter storm that we're looking at here, because not only are, you know, some of these places in South Carolina and North Carolina here going to see snow, which they haven't seen in a while, at least not a really good amount. But you know, from Myrtle Beach to Wilmington, all the way up until the Outer Banks of the Carolinas, we're talking about an ice storm, okay? These guys have not been under an ice storm warning since 2001. Okay, a lot of these guys haven't. So, you know, a lot of people, if you live in South Carolina or North Carolina, you think, well, ice storms happen pretty often. That's true, but not like this, not all the way down towards the beaches. So this is, you know, going to be a rare event. We're still not talking about anybody seeing, like, you know, a catastrophic over an inch and a half of ice or anything, but definitely some people will end up with near a half an inch of ice, and that's going to cause some big time problems down here, especially along I-95 between, you know, just north and west of Charleston to Florence, and then I-40 from Wilmington to Jacksonville. I would, with everything in me, I would try my best to avoid those places this evening. Do not go on those roads, okay? It's going to get slick. It's already slick out there. We're going to check in with our storm chasers here in a minute and get an actual, like, ground report of what everything's looking like. But I'm telling you, it's only going to get worse. We're already seeing this stuff accumulate on trees, on signs and power lines and stuff like that. So I do think we're going to start seeing the power outages here before too long, and then also, you know, the big road problems. Now, thankfully, I talked to Vince earlier, and he said that the roads were treated really well. So that's going to help out for a little while, but if that precipitation rate and those temperatures continue to rise and fall, you know, there's only so much you can do with a salt truck, and there's only so much you can do with the amount of salt trucks and salt that they have in this area, because, you know, if you're in Myrtle Beach, you don't usually stockpile road treatment stuff, because, you know, it's not, once again, it's not very often that you have to use it. So this is what the radar looks like right now. All kinds of precipitation out there. And you can see one of the reasons why we think this is going to be significant for the beaches is because we still have a lot of precipitation to go. All this stuff back here through the Florida Panhandle into the Gulf of Mexico is going to continue to run up this way. And it's not going to bring the warm air with it, because we're going to continue to see this pink and red on the radar here, which indicates where our freezing rain and sleet is falling. Interestingly, just behind that, we've got some snow. Okay, it should be snowing down there in Columbia. It should be snowing in Fayetteville in North Carolina. Raleigh should be seeing a little bit of snow. Rocky Mount all the way up there into Elizabeth City, and maybe even in Virginia Beach. But if you're not seeing the snow there yet in Virginia Beach, you will here before too long. A lot of people back here are wondering, how much snow am I going to get? Okay, if you watched my last video, I kind of had too much fun dogging some of you know, some of the forecasts that I saw out there. But, you know, it's nobody's fault. This is, once again, this is the second storm this year that has just been an anomaly as far as how difficult it is to forecast it. So all the forecasts have been wrong on this one, okay? I'm sorry. Your local weatherman is sorry. And there's nothing we can really do about it other than right now, we're going to start nowcasting, okay? That we're no longer forecasting. We're throwing that word out the window right now, and we're going to start nowcasting. That way you guys know for sure, okay, for sure what's going on out there, and at least what's going to be happening over the next couple of hours. So this is what everything looks like right now. What's it going to look like as we go into the future? We're going to look at them daggone weather models again, even though they really haven't been much help up until this point. They will, okay? We're close enough now to where they will carry some weight. So let's go ahead and check them out here real quick. Thank you so much, Maria, and thank you, Rob. Thank you guys for the very generous contributions there. Okay, let's go over to the weather models. Let's go. This is, if you're not familiar with my videos, if you're not familiar with this stuff, this is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. If you want to keep up with the date and time, that's always going to be, daggone it, where is that? Here I am. I've been playing around with everything all day, and I've lost our date and time. Okay, I think I found it. Give me just a second. Okay, there's the date. And there's the time. Do you guys see it now? Down there in the in this portion of the screen. Right down there. Okay. So we're looking at the North American model. If you want to keep up with the date and time, it's going to be down there. And once again, this is what the radar could look like as we go into the future. Blue snow, the pink and the lighter pink, sleet and freezing rain. And then the greens are going to be your regular rain. And then the yellows and the reds are kind of like heavy rain. So let's put this into motion here and let's see what's going to happen. Well, we're starting off at 7, which is right now. This looks pretty accurate as to what the radar looks like right now. Let's go, I don't know, to midnight tonight. And what you can see really clearly here, what's happening is according to the NAM model, and we are seeing some indices or some pointers that are showing that this is actually what's going to happen. We're seeing the precipitation shield on the backside here kind of intensify quite a bit as we get into the midnight time frame. Okay, so all this moisture that's coming up this way, a lot of it is going to be on the colder side of the storm, okay? So if you're in Raleigh, if you're in Columbia, if you're in Fayetteville, if you're in Virginia Beach, all the way down into the Ocean City area, I do think you guys are going to get some pretty good snow this evening, okay? Now, unlike this model is showing, I don't think it's going to be one giant solid band, okay? If we go back over to our radar real quick, you can see that, it's kind of intermittent, right? You got a heavier area of snow here, a heavier area here, and it's kind of just going back and forth. I think that's going to continue to be the story. However, all of those bands are going to get bigger and more widespread. So even though I don't think it's going to be a 100% giant shield of snow, I think there's going to be a lot of people that get, several inches of snow tonight, and then literally a couple miles away, they get half the amount of snow, right? It's going to be one of those deals where you're going to be super mad at your neighbor, or your neighbor is going to be super jealous of you if you're a snow lover. I'm assuming a lot of you are if you're here watching this evening. Yeah, I don't think that it's going to be a solid shield of precipitation. So I think that the snow totals are going to vary a lot within just small distances. But as you can see, it's going to be snowing heavily there at midnight. Let's go all the way out into 4 a.m. in the morning. It's still going to be snowing in Virginia Beach. It's going to be just moving out of the Raleigh area. It will be out of the Columbia, South Carolina area. But look at this. From right now, all the way until 4 a.m. in the morning, we're still looking at freezing rain and ice possibly accumulating here in Havelock, Wilmington, Myrtle Beach, all these places the whole entire time. From now until 4 a.m. in the morning, you could see freezing rain. So the good news here is that a lot of the surface temperatures are around 30 degrees, okay? Some of the worst ice storms happen whenever that surface temperature is closer to 26 to 28 degrees. And if we see those temperatures starting to fall that low, somebody's going to end up seeing a very significant amount of ice accumulation down here. However, if we can keep those surface temperatures a little bit higher, I think that for the most part, we're going to be okay. We're going to be talking about a half an inch of ice for a lot of people in the worst case scenario. But this is a long time. This is a long time to be receiving precipitation that falls and then freezes on impact. So once again, a couple places that I'm worried about this evening as far as ice accumulation goes: Havelock, North Carolina; Wilmington, North Carolina; Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, and everywhere in between. And additionally, a little bit inland as well, okay? Remember, the closer you are to the actual ocean, the more your surface temperature is going to be impacted by the ocean. So if you're literally on the beach there in Myrtle Beach, it's going to be warmer than like 20 miles inland. All right. And it's that surface temperature. The lower that gets, the more significant this ice accumulation is going to be. So I think that a couple other places that should watch out for that. Let me just read off some of these places that I'm looking at here. Lake City, okay, in South Carolina. I think you guys have a good shot of seeing some significant ice accumulation. Whiteville. Let's see here. Pretty much everywhere along Interstate 40 between Wilmington and Warsaw in North Carolina, and then also Jacksonville and New Bern, and then Beaufort, right? Am I saying that right? I know I got that wrong in the video the other day. I called it Beaufort, but I believe you guys call it Beaufort over here near Morehead City. All these places, once again, I think that we're going to be seeing some ice tonight. Look at all this pink. Look at all this pink. And if we go over to a different radar here, let me show you another view that we can do. Let's split this in half and let's do the super res reflectivity over here on radar scope. So obviously over here we're looking at the blues and pinks, which shows us where it's snowing and where it's sleeting and freezing raining and stuff. This over here is just your normal reflectivity, which shows us the intensity of that rainfall. And anytime you see the oranges and the yellows pop up, we're talking about heavy precipitation. And whenever you have heavy precipitation that falls as ice or freezing rain, it's never a good situation. So what we want to see is we want to continue to see a lot of these lighter greens. And that's probably a lot of what we will see through the majority of the evening. But anytime we see these darker greens and yellows pop up, that's when we're going to quickly see new ice accumulation happen. And especially on the roads. Okay, I know you got salt trucks out there. I know you got treatment happening on the roads, but it's not going to matter if that rain comes down heavily and it just freezes on impact as the temperatures plummet really fast. Okay, so that's one of the things that we're looking at. Let's go back over to the weather models and let's see, when are we going to be done? Okay, when's this going to be over? Daggone it. It's really not going to take long after we get into the early morning hours tomorrow. I think around 8 a.m., this is going to be out of our hair. Okay, this is going to be completely out of our hair and we're not going to be worried about it anymore. And then basically we're going to watch the surface temperatures. Let's see here. Let's go. Let's zoom in on North Carolina. If I can find it here. There we go. So at 8 a.m. in the morning tomorrow, it's going to be in the mid-20s for a lot of this area over here in North Carolina and South Carolina. This is where we expect that ice to be, so it's still going to be very slick. It's going to be, if there is any problems with power outages and ice accumulation on trees and power lines, it's going to continue to be a problem all the way through the morning tomorrow. Even though we're not going to see any new precipitation, we're not going to start to see that melt off and really be aided, in the effort of trying to get rid of it by the sun until 11 a.m. Okay, it's not until 11 a.m. tomorrow that we start to approach freezing or just slightly above freezing in all these places here. So any ice accumulation that you get from now until 11 a.m. tomorrow is basically going to be compounding. So keep that in mind, all right? Even though, let's say in your area, it actually stops raining earlier than 8 a.m., okay? Let's say the model's wrong again, like it is all the time. Let's say it stops raining at 5 a.m. It's still, that ice is still going to be there all the way until more than likely 10 or 11 a.m. And you got to think, any wind gust you get, this is a cold front coming through, so it's going to get kind of windy. It's going to get kind of gusty out there. If you have a half an inch of ice on your tree or your power line, that adds hundreds of pounds of weight. Okay, and then you get a little gust of wind coming through that snaps the power line, that knocks the tree branch down. It's going to continue to cause problems until it starts to melt off, which once again I don't think will really be a thing until we get into the 11 a.m. time frame. Now, going back in time here, once again, I see temperatures in the around 26 to 28 at 5 a.m. over here, where some of that heaviest precipitation is expected. So this is a little bit colder than what I was looking at earlier. So once again, we might be looking at on some of the higher end totals here as far as ice accumulation goes. Speaking of accumulation, let's go ahead and take a look at that. What the NAM 3 kilometer is putting out here as far as all that goes. Once again, Everyone in the darker pink here, this is where we're concerned about. And this is the areas that can see anywhere from 1/4 of an inch of ice all the way up to 1/2 an inch of ice, which will cause power outages, which will cause, traffic problems and all that good stuff. Now, there are a couple areas here where the pink gets a little bit darker. I know it's hard to tell on this image, but it's highlighting an area here south and west of Myrtle Beach, and then of course over here near New Bern in North Carolina. The model is suggesting in these areas we could not only see up to 1/2 an inch, but maybe even closer to 3/4 of an inch of ice, which is would be a very detrimental situation. So once again, I think that on the high end here, we're going to see a lot of 1/2 inch totals, which is still going to cause a lot of problems. But I think that this is a pretty good map of determining where this storm is going to drop the most ice. Now, if you are in the lighter pink back here, we're talking about a glaze, okay? We're talking about a quick glaze of ice. Everything's going to look like a frosted donut out there, but it's, and it might make your sidewalk slick, but we're not talking about anything dangerous per se. That is what the NAM 3-kilometer model is spitting out now. So let's come back over to the precipitation. And we'll zoom back out because I know a lot of you guys, we got a lot of people watching that don't live in the Carolinas, okay? So, and they want to see their state. So I am going to stay zoomed in on the east, but I want to just kind of show you the whole progression here. Here we are right now, okay? This is what the radar looks like right now. Here's what it's going to look like an hour from now. Here's what it's going to look like at 10. Here's what it's going to look like at 11. According to this model, once again, I think that it's got a good handle on the fact that this precipitation is going to continue to increase and become more significant as we go later on into the evening. This is when your snow is going to be falling, okay? I know I just spent a long time talking about ice, and there's a bunch of people in Raleigh right now who are steaming. They're saying, Ryan, is he seriously going to move on and not talk about the snow? No, I am going to talk about the snow now too. But the ice is kind of like the more significant part of what we're talking about here. Okay, so let's look at the snow once again. A heavy precipitation in the form of snow from Columbia through Raleigh and Charlotte, all the way up into Virginia Beach around 10 p.m. 10 p.m. tonight. That's when it's really going to be kicking into high gear. And then you're going to see most of your accumulations have already kind of piled up by 1 a.m. It's going to move out of Columbia around this time. And then one last heavy burst of snow around 3 or to 5 a.m. in Virginia Beach, and then it's gone. How much snow are you going to get, though? Let's talk about that. Let's see. Snowfall ratio 10 to 1. Okay. Now, remember, I told you yesterday that everybody that had their hopes up for 18 inches of snow and all this stuff, I'm sorry. I hate to let you down, but you never heard that here, okay? I never thought that this was going to be a big blizzard. But we do have a good chance for some decent accumulating snows down here. For a lot of people who haven't seen it in a while, I am going to zoom back in here for this. Let me show you how much snow you're going to get tonight. And I think a couple of you might actually get a couple more inches than what this is spitting out right here. Why can I never find North Carolina? There we go. All right, so Columbia, South Carolina. Okay, we're talking about an inch or so. All right, I think Columbia, I think you're in one of those places where you could possibly see a little bit more than that, but it just depends on whether or not you get under that right banding area. Okay, now in a zone from Bennettsville to Greenville, North Carolina, all the way up to Elizabeth City. This is the sweet spot tonight. This is the sweet spot. Okay, this is south and east of Raleigh. Okay, now we got a lot of Raleighans in here. What do you guys call yourselves? Is it Raleighans or Raleigheites? What is it? Anyways, the sweet spot for snow is more than likely going to be to your south and east tonight. This is where we can expect a broad area of 2 to 4 inches of snow all the way through here. Now in Raleigh, I'm thinking an inch or two. All right, you could get under one of those bands. You could get under one of those bands and end up with more than that. But I'm thinking an inch or two. The sweet spot is once again going to be from Bennettsville to Fayetteville, all the way through Greenville and Elizabeth City with 2 to 4 inches. And then a couple places in there are going to kind of surprise us with 5 inches or so. Now, the real winner here is going to come over here on the border area and the Tidewater area of Virginia, North Carolina. This is going to be Virginia Beach, Elizabeth City, Norfolk, all these places. You know them, you love them. This is where I think we're going to see a couple people end up with more than 6 inches of snow. I think it's going to be incredible. I would love to see it, somewhere here around Virginia Beach is going to end up with over 6 inches of snow. Maybe literally on the beach. How cool would that be? But anyways, yeah, you can see some of the darker purples here. But remember, we don't look at the models and say, okay, yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. We do have to kind of keep in mind that we are now casting. And if we come over here and we look at the radar and we kind of see what's happening here, the reason I agree with the model right now is that this area, the Virginia Beach down through Elizabeth City area, is locked and loaded and ready, right, to see a bunch of snow tonight, because all of this down here, all of this moisture that's compiling, all of these expanding snow bands and stuff, all of this, it has to run over Virginia Beach tonight. It has to do it. So if anybody's going to see more than 4 inches especially, but certainly, closer to 6 inches of snow or more, it's going to be right over here in the Tidewater area, and extreme northeast North Carolina and extreme southeast Virginia. Those are going to be the winners tonight. Everybody else that I didn't mention, okay, Charlotte, Winston-Salem, we're talking, I hope you get an inch. I hope you get an inch. And I also hope I'm wrong. I hope a lot of you guys kind of, you tweet me pictures in the morning and you're like, ha, Ryan, I ended up with a foot of snow. Joe's weather page was right. I hope that happens if you like snow. Now, if you don't like snow, I hope that doesn't happen or something. I don't know. A lot of people have been, ever since the channel has kind of like took off a lot in popularity, obviously the vast majority of people aren't like obsessed snow lovers. So I think my enthusiasm for the bad weather is kind of rubbing some people the wrong way. So I'm sorry. I'm a weather enthusiast. I love forecasting the weather. I love helping people and using my knowledge to kind of like help you in your day-to-day decisions, especially in severe weather. But when it comes to wintertime, I can't help but let my my bias out a little bit and kind of express my love for snow. I don't know why. I love snow, man. It's just, I always have. I was born with it. I was bit by the snow bug as a wee lad. Let's go check in on our professional storm chaser here, Vince Waelti. Looks like he's approaching something here. I don't know if there's a car accident or what, but he is, where is our boy at here? Let me pull up the map and see. Oh, he's really close to Wilmington now. He is very close to Wilmington. He is. If anybody lives down near Wilmington, you'll know. Okay, if you're near the Cape Fear Community College, Vince is driving by right now. Okay, that's where he is, and he is also getting close to Olson Park there on I-40, Smith Creek Park, and he's going to be moving into downtown Wilmington here within minutes, more than likely. So we're going to keep up with him. And also we're going to, next time he kind of pulls over and kind of takes a measurement of the ice and stuff, we'll talk to him there. We also have Brett Adair. Brett Adair is over towards New Bern. Okay. And it looks like ice is starting to accumulate out there too. You can see it's raining, but we don't know the exact surface temperature right now. We will get with these guys and see what that is here in a minute. But for right now, we're going to kind of go back to the radar and just kind of analyze what's going on. And then as soon as I see that Vince has a second to talk, we're going to get him on the horn here. Let's go over to the 4 panel. Oops, wrong one. There we go. There we go. And now you guys can kind of see where both of them are. Okay, Brett Adair is up here in New Bern once again. And then Vince is down here near Wilmington. This is Wilmington, North Carolina. This is New Bern. Let me reach out to him real quick. Hey, Vince, whenever you get a second, give us an update on what the road conditions are like out there. I know you said that they were looking okay earlier. Is it getting any better, any worse? and then we'll also talk to Brett here in a second as well.
So far about the same. Like we talked earlier, I think the pre-treatment on the roads helped a lot. But you probably saw there on the stream, a couple of the overpasses had some accidents on them. It looked like a pretty bad accident on the one. There's probably about 10 cop cars up there and several tow trucks. But then saw an accident earlier, a minor one on another overpass. So it looks like the overpasses are starting to ice now. But saw a couple of plow trucks out there putting down some salt or sand or whatever they may be using down here. So highway departments are on top of it so far, it looks like.
Well, that's good. If you make it to an overpass, or if you pull over to try to get a measurement or anything, give me a ping on here, and we'll watch you do it there through the stream, or we'll watch your Twitter video that you post about it. Okay.
Sounds good.
Hey, Brent, how's it going out there? You got an update for us? Hey, thank you, Froggy Mom. Oh, Foggy Mom. Thank you, Foggy Mom, for the very generous super chat there. Oh, my goodness, we got 10,000 people watching. How's it going, guys? I didn't even notice that. Thank you, Jerry, and thank you, Rob. Thank you guys so much for your very generous contributions once again. Couldn't do this if it wasn't for you guys. And yeah, so we're going to wait on our update from Brett Adair, and then we're also going to start taking a look at some of your all's pictures and videos. This is a big part of what we do here. If you live in the affected area this evening, please follow me on Twitter at Ryan Hall Y'all. And if you have anything you want to share with me, if you got a picture or a video of the snow or the ice or anything that's going on, or a report you want to send in, tweet it at me and I'll share it here on the stream. And if it's a significant enough of a report, we'll make sure that the correct people get that. Okay, a lot of I found out the other day that a lot of emergency management offices watch our stream here during severe weather, and then a lot of just a lot of people who make decisions watch the stream. And I'm sure that the National Weather Service, whenever we start getting in a lot of pictures and reports and stuff, I'm sure that they are also monitoring the tweets that I get in. So pretty much any information that you feed to me is not only going to help people around you figure out what's going on by me sharing it here, but all of these other entities that monitor what we're doing here will also be aided by that. So remember, that's at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter, and we'll get some stuff done. Okay, we'll start sharing your pictures and videos here. Let's see here. What else do we got? A lot of you guys have already sent in pictures and stuff. One thing is for sure. Okay, one thing is for sure. We've got professional storm chasers out there, okay? We've got Brett Adair. We've got professional storm chaser Vince Waelti out there literally risking it all to send us back these reports and pictures and videos and stuff so that you can sit at home and not do that, all right? Whenever I ask you to take pictures and videos, I am not asking you to get out on the roads this evening, okay? That is not what we want you to do at all. In fact, we want you to curl up with a blanket wherever you are right now and just kind of follow along here while Brett and Vince do all the dirty work for us, okay? So just want to make that clear, okay? I know sometimes because what we're doing here reaches so many people and it is very helpful, sometimes you might be inspired to head out and try to storm chase. You don't want to do that, okay? It's not as fun as it looks, and we've got it covered. But if you can step outside and take a picture of the snow piling up on your porch, we would love to see that. Brandy says, if you can tell Vince that some of the bridges around Wilmington are shut down. Okay. I'll let him know. Hey, Vince, one of my moderators lives down around you and wanted me to tell you that a lot of the bridges are starting to shut down in Wilmington. So if you do have to take any exits or do any weird maneuvers to get to wherever you're going, you might have to take some alternate routes. But yeah, thank you, Brandy. Brandy?
Yeah, I think that was.
You're in Raleigh, okay.
To that, couple of those overpasses we went under that had the accidents on them. I suspect there's quite a few accidents. I'm headed to Wrightsville Beach, and then from there I'll head back north to cover the snow.
Okay. So he's headed to Wrightsville Beach, and then he's going to go back north and cover the snow. So once again, we're talking about two different aspects of the storm here. We've got ice from Myrtle Beach through Wilmington, through Jacksonville, all the way up into New Bern. And then we've got snow, okay, getting ready to be heavy snow from Columbia, South Carolina, through Bennettsville, Fayetteville, Raleigh, Greenville, Elizabeth City, Virginia Beach, all these places. We're going to get a heavy burst of snow, and we're going to try to have our storm chasers kind of hit both of those, areas this evening. And we've got all kinds of pictures coming in, guys. Here is Wake Forest, North Carolina. Look at this. It's already starting to pile up pretty good in some of these places. I'm hoping, if you're a snow lover out there, I am on your side, and I'm hoping that we kind of overperform a little bit this evening versus some of the totals that the NAM was putting out. But yeah, thank you so much, Aiden. Thank you so much for sending that in. You can see that looks like the snow and it's already starting to stick to the pavement out there. And let's see what else we got here. This is from Norfolk, Virginia. Already starting to see some snow sticking out there too. Look at that. Norfolk, Virginia. Thank you, Cantastic, for sending that in. Here is Sanford, North Carolina. Sanford, North Carolina. Where is that? They look like that. That looks like they've already got a pretty decent amount of snow there. Obviously, it's not a bunch, but it's more than a trace. Sanford. Okay, wow. Yeah, so that's actually a little bit inland here, right here. So this is, near Raleigh, Sanford. That tells me, let's say you got all that snow accumulation pretty much from this band that just went through. And obviously there are more bands that are popping up behind that. So that tells me if you get 2 or 3 more of those, you're going to be over that 1 to 2 inch range that we were talking about earlier. So once again, we're now casting. We ain't forecasting no more, son. We are now casting out here. And once again, this is why it's so helpful for you guys to send in pictures and videos, because we can kind of compare what's happening on the radar versus what's happening in real life. So that's from Sanford, North Carolina there. Let's see here. Williamston. This is Williamston, North Carolina. Sleet. It's coming down. National Weather Service said 4 inches of snow. I'm an hour from New Bern. 4 inches of snow sounds about right in that area. 4 inches of snow sounds right. And it looks like it's already starting to pile up. The sleet is anyways, which is going to help, lower your ground temperatures. When those flakes start falling, you're not going to see as much of an initial melt as you normally would there. So, oh, we got a bunch of you sending in stuff.
Hey, Ryan. Sorry about that. I was having to do a live shot for one of my media partners at the moment.
Hey, you're all good. Sorry if I interrupted you out there, but we was just looking for an update on if anything's accumulating or what you're seeing out there. What's the surface temperature? Yeah, I got the caffeine again today.
Surface temperature here is 28, and it is starting to accumulate. There are some issues here. Highway 17 in New Bern, the Neuse River Bridge is closed now. It had several vehicles that were playing pinball on the bridge. I had some emergency vehicles in our shot a little while ago, but that's kind of where things went haywire just a bit ago as the freezing rain and sleet is coming down pretty hefty here in New Bern. It is a mix now, so it's not all freezing rain, which is, some better news considering if this was all freezing rain, we would be dealing with infrastructure issues pretty soon. But I'm going to throw a couple of photos up in a few moments to show some of this ice accumulation. The asphalt itself is pretty good. The concrete structures, like the bridges, that's where the problems are starting to show up. But I'm going to get moving here in just a few minutes. I'm going to throw a couple of pictures your way so that you can throw those across the feed as well.
All right, sounds good. We are going to keep up with you, and as always, if anything interesting pops up, send me the pictures through Twitter or just give me a ping on here. All right, be careful out there. So you can see that in New Bern and even in Wilmington, we're already starting to see some problems.
Good. I'll do that. I'm gonna throw a little video out too, and again, I'll get this stuff to you and ping you in 1 second. Those pictures will be in your inbox in like 30 seconds.
So we're already starting to see problems, and we still have several hours to go of this accumulating ice. Now, thankfully, right now, both of our partner or chasers, both of them have stated that the pavement seems okay. Okay, obviously we've got some problems with the overpasses and the bridges, but the pavement for the most part seems okay. So, hopefully that's going to continue to be the case, but I'm telling you, surface temperature of 28 degrees, if that gets any lower, which the forecast models that we just looked at suggested that it might, we're going to see problems on the pavement as well. So here's Jacksonville. Wow. Here's Jacksonville, North Carolina. Thank you, AJ. This is some of that ice accumulation that we are seeing out here. And once again, Jacksonville. And it always fascinates me when your car's all iced up, and you go outside and you like take a video of you opening the door or rolling down the window. Well, as long as it doesn't like hurt your car. I just love seeing that stuff. So, but this is what it looks like already in Jacksonville, North Carolina. That is not a good sign, okay? Because we're going to see a lot more ice before this thing's done. So this is what it looks like right now in Jacksonville, North Carolina. Thank you so much, AJ, for sending that in. Let's see here. What else we got? All kinds of stuff, guys. Thank you once again for working with me and helping me get the word out about this stuff. Oh, here we go. Virginia Beach. Virginia Beach has already got a little skiff of snow down. And once again, Virginia Beach, you're another one of these locations who has a plethora of moisture still to work over the area. So it's only just now getting started for you there. Newport News, Virginia. Looks like it's already getting pretty good and covered up there. Thank you, Jordan, for sending that in. And yeah. Oh, here's some more ice here in Myrtle Beach already. Starting to get some ice accumulation in Myrtle Beach. Wow, look at that. How close are you to the shore there? I guess if you're like in downtown Myrtle Beach, you're pretty close. Like, are you on the beach? It's going to be pretty interesting to see some of the pictures and videos of the ice and the snow in the morning on these beaches. Because once again, this is extremely rare. If you're just now tuning in, the reason this is so rare is because we haven't seen anything like this, okay? We haven't seen an ice storm warning for a lot of these counties, especially the ones closer to the ocean here, since 2001, all right? And then also some of the places that are going to see a skiff of snow tonight haven't seen snow in a very long time. So very, very interesting stuff. Now, this isn't a blizzard. This isn't some catastrophic, earth-shattering, ice storm. But it's a significant event, and a lot of people are going to, be dealing with power outages and stuff tonight. And obviously, a lot of the roads are already getting shut down. So we're going to be here with you as long as we can to help you kind of navigate what's going on around you here. Here's some pictures from Brett, by the way. So here's some ice accumulation in New Bern. Okay, this is New Bern, North Carolina. That's slick. This is what the roads and the sidewalks and stuff, this is what they're eventually going to look like. Hey. And he also sent a video, and I'm trying to figure out. I can't, for some reason, DMs on Twitter, sending videos through DMs on Twitter just doesn't work for me. But anyways, yeah, you can see that there's already a significant, a decently significant amount of ice accumulating in a lot of places right now. And we are just now entering the beginning of this thing. Here's a picture from Virginia Beach again. Once again, thanks to everybody who's sending in stuff. This is awesome. I think we have the biggest pool of people watching a media outlet right now for this ice storm. So we have a unique ability to literally see everything from every angle, including from our two storm chasers here, which Vince is now, he's really close to the beach. I think we're getting ready to see the beach here in Wilmington, North Carolina. And then you can see Brett Adair over there near New Bern. I can actually zoom in on Vince for you on his map location. Yeah, he's right on the beach there. Vince is right now near Wrightsville Beach, heading up towards the surf club there. He's going to go back on Salisbury Street and kind of just make a loop-de-loop and head back up towards the snow, I reckon. But I think that Vince is in a good spot, especially just a little bit north of where he is there. On I-40 between Wilmington and Warsaw. I think Vince is going to have a lot of problems, with ice accumulation and stuff that he'll be able to report on. Look at that. This is, once again, a new tool that we have here with our storm chasers. Not only can we see them on camera, but we can literally see a live, up to the second geolocation ping of them. And this is going to be incredibly useful during tornado season. Whenever we have our storm chasers on the ground, intercepting tornadoes and giving us live footage of, where they're heading, we will have an incredible way of determining exactly where that tornado is and exactly where it's going using our collective storm chasers and radar and reports from other people and all that good stuff. It's a really good tool that we're building here, I believe. So if you're just now tuning in, guys, welcome to the stream. This is what I do. We are talking about a storm, an ice storm breaking out in the Carolinas, and a good old-fashioned snowstorm breaking out from portions of the Carolinas all the way up into the Virginia Beach and extreme southern Maryland area. Let's see here, Ocean City. I think you're going to get a little bit of snow. Cape Charles. I think even Hampton, Waverly, Petersburg, you guys are going to get some snow tonight, a couple inches. The sweet spot tonight, the sweet spot's going to be Norfolk, Newport News, Elizabeth City, Hertford, maybe even Franklin, Murfreesboro, North Carolina. This whole spot right here is going to be where we could see some good snow. Okay, we could see some good snow tonight, and literally on the beaches too, which is going to be quite the sight in the morning. So if we got anybody that lives on the beach there in Virginia Beach, we would love to also be able to keep up with you there and maybe receive a couple of pictures and videos if you can do so safely. Let's see here. Red, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, I just found your channel today. Thank you very much. It's no problem. I'm glad you found me. The YouTube algorithm is doing well with the channel here. A lot of people have found us over the past little bit. If we come over here to the panel and you look this way, yeah, we just crossed over 330,000 subscribers. So thank you all so much. If you like what I'm doing here, consider subscribing. Let's see here. What else? How is Camden County holding up in northeast North Carolina? I don't have any breaking news from Camden County. However, they are receiving snow right now. But like anytime we get anything new from Camden County, I will be the first to let you know. Okay? Thank you so much for that. Monty said, thanks, Ryan. I'm watching from Longs, South Carolina, just outside of North Myrtle Beach. Thank you, Monty, for being here. Let's see here. And David said, talk about Florida, please. I actually can talk about Florida here briefly. But I want to focus on the ice storm here because that's obviously the big thing that we're talking about. But man, I almost completely forgot about this. We have some supercells right now in Florida. Look at this. I literally had to do a double take earlier when I loaded up the radar. And I started looking at these storms. I thought that I hadn't refreshed my feed since the last stream because we had those tornadoes. Now, obviously, we don't have any tornadoes right now with these storms, but these are rotating supercells that are going through Florida right now. In fact, they are approaching the Fort Lauderdale area. near Weston and Davie and Pembroke and Fort Lauderdale. Look outside to your north and west. You've got a medium precipitation supercell thunderstorm that has a rotation signature with it. Heading towards you. Now, here's the thing. It's not rotating enough at the surface to produce a tornado, at least not right now. There's no tornado watch. There's no tornado warning. There's no severe thunderstorm warning. These are just kind of like really heavy rain showers, but they are rotating. And I was kind of surprised to see this. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have to say about it. Like, nobody needs to take shelter right now. Nobody needs to kind of like freak out about anything. But this storm right here specifically was kind of throwing me for a loop when I first started to look at it, because it obviously has the hook echo there. You could even see that there was a decent amount of rotation just moments ago. But once again, there's storm chasers out here. This is a very populated area. If there was a tornado that touched down with this, we would know very quickly. But I don't think that there's any reason to believe that that's going to happen in the imminent future here. These have been rotating their entire trek across the country or the state, and they haven't done anything yet. But yeah, that was interesting. That was very interesting when I saw that on the radar, and we'll check back in with those every once in a while. So if you know anybody in Florida that would, maybe want to keep up with this situation, let them know about me. Okay. Share my stuff on Facebook. Send this in a text message to a family member or friend down here in Fort Lauderdale, and we will keep them updated just in case there is any sort of tornado warning or anything like that that's issued. But right now, I don't think that that's going to be the case. Once again, our main focus right now is going to be our big winter storm up here that's currently bringing snow to Columbia, South Carolina. Oh, by the way, Columbia. I think there's a lot of Columbia people in here. How many people are watching from Columbia or within 50 miles of Columbia? Let's see you in the chat. Where are you guys at? So here's some good news for you. All right. Let's switch over to our more high definition radar here. And let's show you this this good news. Now, if you're in Columbia, first of all, is it snowing? Is it snowing right now? Because if it's already snowing, then something's getting ready to happen here, and you're getting ready to get a huge snow band that's probably going to put down an inch or two of snow really quickly. Now, if it's not snowing, if it's still kind of like a mix or like freezing rain, this big area of precipitation that is moving into the Columbia area is likely going to kick off that dynamic cooling and finally get you to start snowing, okay? So you see this big area, this big blob of yellow here. This is increased precipitation, all right? It's moving towards Columbia. I need your help to figure out whether or not it's snow. And we'll see within the next 30 minutes whether, when that gets there, what's going to happen. But according to the radar, which it usually does a pretty good job of depicting these things, that is going to be heavy snow for you as it moves on in. And once again, when we start to get those heavy precipitation rates, we get what happens is something called dynamic cooling. So you might drop a degree in your temperature there just because of the cooling effect that the precipitation has on the atmosphere. Okay? So we'll watch that closely, and that looks like it's another one of these things. This is why we call it nowcasting instead of forecasting. Okay, it's another one of those things where if we get a couple of these, in Columbia tonight, they're going to overperform. They're going to overperform. As far as snow totals go. So hopefully, if you're a snow lover in Columbia, when this comes through, it's in Edgefield right now. If we got anybody watching in Edgefield, north of Augusta, Georgia, let us know if it's snowing there too. But if this comes over as all snow, you guys are going to be definitely overperforming on your snow totals this evening. It's snowing in Nashville, North Carolina. And looky here, we've got snow in Virginia Beach, and we've got freezing rain in Fayetteville, North Carolina. So here's a picture from Fayetteville, North Carolina, some of the ice accumulation that's already happening. You can see we have a glaze of ice and then also some sleet on top of that. That's going to be the story for a lot of people. You're going to see the freezing rain. You're going to see the ice pellets. And then maybe even you might see some snow, and then you'll go back to freezing rain. It's just going to make for a big mess out there. Look at the headlights. There's a really good glaze of ice on this vehicle here. Yeah, we're not forecasting, we're not backcasting, we are now casting. But yeah, once again, thank y'all for sending in these pictures of the ice accumulation and the snow that's going on out here. Here is Kendra Johnson. Kendra Johnson. Got her husky out there. Oop.
Let's go inside. Come on.
That husky, it does not want to go inside. Now, I have a husky, and whenever it snows, she will not come inside. And she sees snow multiple times a year. You know, way more than what you see it down there in Virginia Beach. So I'm sure that, your husky is having a great time out there. Look at that. Already a decent amount of, accumulation, maybe a little bit more than a half an inch of snow there on the deck in Virginia Beach. I'm telling you guys, some of these snow totals are going to surprise us in the morning. But thank you for sending that in. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, Twitter is where it's happening. Okay, it's half the party. Okay, we got the live stream here. We got about 9,000 or 10,000 people watching. Of course, we have the chat. All right, but the chat is hard for me to keep up with. And you can't send pictures through the YouTube chat. But if you have a picture or a video or anything you want to report into the channel here, at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. In fact, that's my handle on every social media platform. That's the best way to get it out here. And here's a look. Here's an answer. Okay, this is the greatest part about this. Okay, it's call and response. We asked if it was snowing in Columbia, South Carolina, and we got our answer. Thank you so much, Lima, for the incredible pictures here. It is snowing. Okay, it looks like maybe it's trying to snow. Okay, maybe it's a little bit of a mix, but it's certainly, there is some snowflakes in there, and that tells me that we are likely going to see all snow in Columbia as this next big band comes through. So Lima, if you can keep us updated, keep feeding those pictures in. I think it's getting ready to start snowing extremely heavily there. And you guys are going to see, once again, some pretty good accumulation this evening. And I do realize that that there is a typo that I need to work on, and I'm going to do that right here in a second. Let's find something to watch here first. Let's see if old Reed Timmer's got an update from us. Reed Timmer is storm chasing today, but to be 100% honest with you, I didn't know that he was going to be storm chasing today, or he would be on our team. I for some reason I thought that he was sitting this one out. But I'm sure he won't mind if we watch a couple of his tweets. He's out there in Wrightsville Beach, in the same area that Vince is in, okay? And you can see that he's already got some of that accumulation out here on the road signs as well. Okay. All right, give me just 1 second. Let me open up good old Photoshop here. We got freezing rain east of Edgefield, South Carolina. We got freezing rain in Wilkes County. Real heavy snow in Rock Hill, South Carolina. I'm telling you, right there around Columbia, South Carolina, within the next 30 minutes, we're going to see some heavy snow down there. Watch this. Not only am I the broadcaster, the meteorologist here, the producer, the illustrator, the designer, the animator, live fixing live fixing the stream here. Watch, it's getting ready to be fixed. For those of you who have noticed it, my bad. But 3, 2, 1. Actually, now 3, 2, 1. Bada bing, bada boom, baby. We're fixed. Okay, anyways, we're getting ready to see a lot of snow there in Columbia, South Carolina. What's Vince doing? We got professional storm chaser Vince Waelti out here doing something. He's got his flashlight out. He is no longer in his vehicle. Looks like he's going out to the beach, it looks like. Let's pull up our panel and look at his location there on the map. I think, yeah, he's right on the water. Right on the water there. He is literally, man, that is one accurate little pinpoint locator there. Hey, Vince, did you take your walkie out to the beach? Yeah, he's on the water there. I don't know if he took his device with him or not, but yeah, there he is.
Yes, I did. I'm standing here at the water. No real ice accumulation on anything out here, though.
Do you have a way of getting the surface temperature right there where you are right now, or is it all in your car?
I do not, and the vehicle thermometer is still stuck at 25 degrees. It's probably iced over. It's much colder than 25 out here. I'd say it's probably more like 15. It's absolutely freezing.
Wow. 15, I don't know if it's 15 degrees, but maybe like with the wind, maybe he's talking about the apparent temperature. But, you know, no matter what, it's certainly below that 28 mark that we talked about, where I said that if we get below 28 or 26, that's when we're going to start to see some really significant ice accumulations. So, you know, if his, you know, thermometer is reading correctly out there around that 25 degree mark, which even if it isn't, that's where we're going to be later on as we get later on into the early morning hours. That stuff's going to pile up quick. But the good news is as far as we can tell, he's not seeing much right now. Okay, so every second that we go into the future where this freezing rain doesn't accumulate, that's less that we're going to get. Okay, that's less total accumulation that we are going to get on this thing. So if we are in Wilmington, North Carolina, we've got professional storm chaser Vince Waelti out there keeping an eye on things for you. And we've also got a storm chaser out here in New Bern, North Carolina. Now, this is Brett Adair. He's been in the same vicinity for a while. We just talked to him, and he said there was all kinds of road closures and car accidents going on out there. But he doesn't just do this for us. He's a man of many trades. Okay, so he's out there talking, Lord, to who knows who. He might be out there literally reporting the weather for the president, for all I know. So eventually, though, he'll be back in his vehicle after he gets done talking to all the people that he talks to, and then he'll be driving around so we can kind of see a little bit better of the road conditions and everything that's going on in New Bern, North Carolina right now. Okay, so once again, this is Brett Adair. We've got professional storm chaser Vince Waelti as well. And let's see if we can look at their map locations once more, just to kind of show you where they are in North Carolina here. Yeah, there we go. Vince is down here in Wilmington, and Brett is in New Bern. So looks like Vince is going to hit the road again. So I think that once again, his goal is to go back north and west towards the snow. So we'll also be able to see I-40 again there. If anybody needs to know about what's going on with the roads on I-40, we will know here shortly. But as of right now, I think the most interesting thing that we're looking at is down here near Columbia, South Carolina. Okay, I think that a big heavy band of snow is kind of like going to surprise you guys here in a little bit, and hopefully if that surface temperature is low enough and if the accumulation rates are there, I think you guys are going to definitely outperform what we originally thought you were going to get as far as snow goes. Okay, so hopefully that we're now casting right now. We ain't forecasting, so keep those pictures and videos coming into the Twitter channel, and we will keep up with that as we go forward. Here's a broad picture of everything, by the way. If it's not snowing yet in Richmond, it'll probably start flurrying here in the next little bit, but it's not going to do much. Okay, it's not going to do much. Same thing for Farmville. Same thing for Danville there in Virginia. Raleigh, North Carolina, you guys are starting to see some pretty good snow, okay? I think that an inch or two of snow is definitely what we're going to be talking about down here, but once again, if you get under that right band, it's very possible for you to outperform that, okay? Greensboro, North Carolina, you guys are also getting in on a little bit of snow. Charlotte. Now, here's the thing in Charlotte. Now, I think that you guys have a good chance of seeing not much snow at all this evening, which I'm sure you're aware of that. But here's the thing. If this band down here near Columbia, South Carolina, continues to expand in the way that it has been, and the northern side here kind of amplifies a little bit along with it, you guys are also going to overperform too. So everybody in this part of the world here, Columbia, Society Hill, Florence, Fayetteville, even Raleigh and Rock Hill and Winnsboro, everybody needs to be watching this portion of the storm, because the more juiced up, the more amped up this portion gets, the more snow Columbia gets, the more everybody is going to get downstream tonight, I think. So we're really starting to see now, if you watch the earlier part of the show where we watched the model runs, we're starting to see exactly what the NAM was showing, where this precipitation shield is filling in. Okay, it's getting more intense, and we're going to see that these blues and whites start to get a little bit more or less opaque here as we go through the rest of the evening. Let's jump back down here on our high definition radar. And I'm telling you guys, there in Columbia, you are getting ready to get a thumping of snow. If that remains snow as it moves in, get ready for a good thump. Let's see here. Keith, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. He says, good on you, Ryan. Hey, thank you, man. Joe Thomas said, I love that I found your channel. I appreciate that. I'm glad that you found my channel too. There's so many people who are finding the channel. I know a lot of you want to keep it secret. All right, you want to keep it secret. You don't want everybody to know. I got all kinds of DMs and messages from people for really the past week, and people are like, my family thinks I'm a weather wizard now because I secretly follow you, and then I tell them what the forecast is and stuff, and they think it's all me. All right, and that's fine. Okay, if that's what you want to do, I completely support that. But if you want to share the wealth of knowledge here, if you want to share the fun that we're having here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel, please consider putting this on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Copy the link, paste it over there, or send it in a text message to a family member or friend so we can get the word out about what we're doing here. We just hit 330,000 subscribers, and it wouldn't hurt to have a couple more. All right, let's go back to Twitter. Once again, at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter if you want to send in some pictures. Here is Matthews, North Carolina. Matthews, North Carolina. Thank you so much for sending that in. Jacob. This is going to be from Norfolk, Virginia. Just real close to Virginia Beach, for those of you who don't know, in extreme southeastern Virginia. Here's my front yard. Thank you so much. Looks like it's like you sent a picture or a video not too long ago. It looks like it is starting to pile up a little bit. Now instead of a skiff, you've got a scuff of snow. Let's see here. What else we got here? Ice is forming in Wilmington, North Carolina. So this is a picture from Dave. All right, so this is the same area pretty much where old Vince is. And you can see that ice is accumulating there. If anybody has to go out this evening, please be extra careful. This stuff is, obviously the roads are okay right now, but they're gonna go south fast And if you've never driven in the ice before, and there's probably a lot of you who haven't, because once again, it's been a very long time since something like this has happened for a lot of places down here. It's not like snow. It's nothing like snow. I don't care if you got four-wheel drive. I don't care if you've driven in snow a million times in your life. This is going to be different. So try to stay home. Let's see. Tweets. Yeah, let's, Jeff. Old Jeff, thank you for sending that in, Jeff. He says he's got light and fluffy snow south and west of Raleigh. So everybody's got a nice little scuff of snow. Who's going to be the first one with over an inch of snow? Who's going to be the first area with over an inch of snow? I'm betting on Columbia. I'm betting on Columbia, South Carolina. What do you guys think? Let's see here. Shady, thank you for sending this in. This is from West Charlotte. West Charlotte. Also got a nice little skiff. Elizabeth City. Okay, this is the first one we've seen from Elizabeth City, I believe. Oops. And this is from Tyler. It's accumulating quickly outside of Elizabeth City, and it hasn't let up at all. Hey, Brian, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for that very, very generous super chat. Wade says, finally, a weatherman that knows the weather. Finally. Yeah, no, it's definitely not going to be Boston. Boston will not be the first one with an inch of snow. Not tonight, anyways. Let's see if our boy Brett, man, he is just having a ball doing whatever he's doing down there. Once again, Brett is in New Bern. What's that place called? New Bern, North Carolina. Yeah. And then Vince Waelti, he's in Wilmington. He was on the beach there. Now he's heading back to the north and west to try to intercept that snow. We're going to keep an eye on them here. Brandon, thank you so much for that, man. It doesn't matter how many wheels you have on the road. If you're on ice, you have no traction. That's 100% true. And the scary thing about driving in the ice, and especially in a situation like this, like if, we got 10,000 people watching right now. Hopefully you guys are sharing and sending this out to people. If you're at work or if you're somewhere and you're like, well, I should probably get home real quick, because I don't want to be snowed in. If you leave now, okay, and you're in Wilmington all the way up through, let me show you the radar again. If you're in Wilmington, or even if you're in like Myrtle Beach, okay, if you're on I-95 between St. George and Florence in South Carolina, if you're on I-74 or I-95 between Florence and Dunn, or Raleigh in North Carolina, and specifically on I-40 between Wilmington and Warsaw in North Carolina, or if you're on any of these highways or back roads or anything in New Bern, Morehead City, Jacksonville, Whiteville, Long Beach, Myrtle Beach, I don't care. Georgetown, down here in South Carolina, Orangeburg. If you're thinking about driving, if you're thinking about getting out there, here's the thing that you might not realize, okay? The road is fine. The road is fine right now. You guys have been doing a great job treating the roads. There's a lot of salt out there. And the surface temperatures have just not allowed for that pavement accumulation yet. It's going to happen, but it's just not happened yet. So the road's fine, but as soon as you go over a bridge, as soon as you go over an overpass, there's going to be a significant accumulation of ice there. And then you're going to start sliding, okay? If you're going 40 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, it don't matter how fast you're going. You're going to start sliding. And your instinct is going to be to hit the brakes, okay? Because you're from Wilmington, North Carolina, where if you start sliding or if something happens with your vehicle that isn't supposed to happen, you hit the brakes, right? It just makes sense. But what's going to happen when you hit the brakes is you're just going to keep sliding. In fact, you're going to start sliding harder. And you're going to go sideways. You're going to hit the medium. You're going to fly into oncoming traffic. It's not a good idea to be out on the roads. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't go nowhere. Because this is a deceiving time. We're going to hear from Brett here in a minute about how many car accidents are happening out here, because road's fine. Road's fine. It's raining. The road's fine. What the heck, man? It's raining. It's cold, but it's raining. No, not whenever you get on them bridges and overpasses. It's not okay there. So let's see here. Brandon, thank you for that. Brian, thank you for that. And Vicky B said, I wish I had your channel 5 years ago when we had the tornado outbreak in Georgia. There were 41 reported, and EF4 came right over our house. Yeah. I wish I was there too, honestly. I wish I would have started this channel a very long time ago. I didn't realize that this could be like my job, or I would have. But I'm here now, and I'm not going anywhere. Somebody sent out a tweet the other day. What did they say? I'm going to show you guys this tweet real quick. Somebody sent a tweet the other day, and they said, calling it now, Ryan Hall will soon be America's weather person on the Today Show or some other major platform. And as, by the way, that's extremely flattering. And I don't think that that's actually on anybody's mind at the Today Show. But I do mean this. There's no chance, even if for some reason they were to let me get on there and continue to talk about nader juice and milk sandwiches, I would turn them down. I don't care how many zeros are at the end of their offer. YouTube is it for me. I'm not going anywhere. There's nowhere else, guys, that we can do what we're doing here right now. Wall-to-wall live coverage with storm chasers on the ground that we can just talk to without having to deal with a producer. Eventually we are going to have like weather companies and companies that I really love sponsor some of these live streams, but it's never going to be intrusive. It's never going to be every 5 seconds. There's just a lot of freedom that we have here, doing it this way. And once again, I am never, ever going to stop. As long as you guys want to come here and watch, and you put your trust in me during severe weather and stuff, I will be here the whole time. I ain't going nowhere. Let's see here. Bailey says, hey Ryan, we are just outside of Topsail Island and Sneed's Ferry, just in between Wilmington and Jacksonville, and we have some serious sleet and freezing rain happening. Look at that, man. I kind of like this look. That's a nice truck, first of all. Love the truck. But like, don't you wish you could kind of like make it look like that on purpose sometimes? Makes it look a little extra shiny. I like it. I don't know. Let's see here. What else do we have? Let's go to quote tweets. Here is a video from Southern Pines in North Carolina. Look at here. We've already got a decent amount of snow there as well, in the Southern Pines area in North Carolina. Thank you for sending that in. This is from Thomas. It says the surface is freezing and it's sleet and freezing rain near Augusta, Georgia. Look at that. Yeah, I can already tell you that that's slick out there. Look at that. That is a mess. And this is a part of the big band of heavy precipitation that is coming towards Columbia, by the way, which will hopefully be snow by the time it gets there. Oh boy. Oh boy. Catherine says we got 1 inch of snow in Virginia Beach. I think you're a little off. I'm not counting it yet. I ain't counting it yet. Oh, and by the way, you gotta measure it the official way. Okay, let's you have to measure it the official way. Let me show you what I'm talking about here. If you guys didn't know, there is a correct way. There is a correct way to measure snow.
Okay, so here's how you.
Let me show you. And yeah, I'm gonna make you do this. Okay, I'm gonna make you do this if you want to submit for the first one that has 1 inch of snow.
Okay, so here's how you properly measure snow.
First of all, you want to use either a metal or a plastic ruler or meter stick, but if all you have is a tape measure like me, that works too.
Now, to get a truly accurate measurement, there's more work that needs to be done other than just sticking this in the snow.
First of all, you want to find a big flat area. Also, you want to make sure it's not very close to a house or near any big trees. And then we're going to put our tape measure down. Looks like there's about 4 1/4 inches there.
Now, it's important you avoid gravel driveways or any bumpy surface, but even on flat ground, there will be minor differences here and there. So we're going to go about 5 feet that way and take another measurement.
Okay, over here we have 4 1/2 inches.
Let's go 5 feet in the other direction to make a triangle.
And look, right here, we're almost at 5 inches.
And then you want to come inside where it's not 17 degrees and pull out your calculator. Take all 3 of your measurements, add them together, and then divide that by 3. That'll give you your average, and that's your official snow total. Now, you can also do this on the other side of your property and average those 2 averages to get an even more awesome average, but that's not always necessary.
By the way, real cool videos like that are on my YouTube Shorts channel.
Google Career Certificates provide
Which only
online
has,
training
what? How did I get on Reed Timmer's channel? What just happened?
So here.
Oh, okay. Anyways, which only has this many subscribers, 3,000. Okay, we got to fix that. I love making the short videos, and I think that there's some cool content. I know that's really complicated, but that is how you get a very accurate snow measurement. But we'll take it. I do believe Virginia Beach might actually be the first ones to get an inch of snow. So keep the reports coming in there from Virginia Beach. Ryan even makes math fun.
Well, I just want to give you a little bit of an update. I'm still not quite going to call it technically 12 lead. I'm looking at meat scratch here.
Let's see here. Looking for more pictures. Oh, here's Albemarle. Hope I'm saying that right. Albemarle in North Carolina. Thank you, Lisa. It's such a dense snow, all these pictures that I'm seeing. And this is another thing, too, that you got to keep in mind up here near Virginia Beach and Elizabeth City. So I think that the temperatures are going to be pretty cold. It's going to be in the mid-20s. But the more snow that falls right now, where some of the mid-level temperatures are a little bit higher, the more snow that falls right now, the more heavy and wet this snow is going to be. So not only are we going to be talking about ice accumulating on the power lines and trees down here in North Carolina, but just to the north of that, in Fayetteville and Greenville and Plymouth, all the way up through Elizabeth City and Virginia Beach, the closer you are to where that freezing rain and sleet is happening, but you're not seeing that, you're seeing snow, the more dense, the more waterlogged, the lower your precipitation or accumulation rates are, or snowfall rates are, and the bigger those snowflakes and the wetter they are, it's going to lead to heavy wet snow. And that's another thing, just like ice, that can kind of pile up on trees, pile up on power lines, and eventually cause problems if there's enough snow that falls. Now, once again, the forecast models and a lot of the stuff that we were looking at earlier said that this area could maybe see 2, 4, maybe 5 inches of snow. And that's fine, okay? That's going to cause problems, but it's not going to be like terrible. However, if one of these places kind of surprises us with 6 inches of snow or 7, then that's when we're talking about a lot of weight on these trees, especially the kind of trees that we have down here, by the way. Think about that. And we're going to see a lot of stuff falling down and maybe even more power outages and stuff. So that's another thing to keep in mind. Keep an eye on how heavy and thick and wet that snow is. If you can go outside and you can make a snowball, right? So pick up the snow and in one swoop, okay? Whoop, and it's condensed, okay? And you can take that snowball and you can literally break it in half. Then you have wet snow and it's heavy, okay? That's the only way that you can do that. If it's fluffy, white, dry snow, you're going to pick it up like this and then it's just going to kind of fall out of your hands. But if you can scoop it up and it sticks together, and you get a lot of that, that's when those trees are going to start causing some big problems with the weight. Big problems. Thank you so much, Jordan Taylor. Jordan Taylor, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, thank you for keeping me entertained on my drive home from Ohio, buddy. No problem, man. No problem. I guess it is. It's kind of like, it would be kind of like listening to a podcast if you're driving. Reed, thank you so much for the $1 super chat. And Harry Prater, thank you for the very generous 10. Debbie, thank you for that. She said, please remind everybody to please bring their pets inside. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. Unless it's a husky and it's snowing. I mean, let that husky play for a little bit. Lord goodness. Olivia, thank you so much for that. I appreciate all the support, guys. You guys are being extremely generous. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, we are doing a live stream, a live report on this rare ice and snowstorm down here in the southeast. Everywhere in the pink and the red is getting freezing rain and sleet, and everywhere in the blue and the white's getting some snow. That includes Columbia. Getting ready to get in on some big snow there. Charlotte, Anderson, okay, Raleigh, Fayetteville, Washington, Virginia Beach, Richmond, and Danville are even getting in on a little bit of snow. All right. Additionally, not only are we looking at the radar, okay, anybody can look at the radar. We got people out there on the ground giving us live reports. We've got professional storm chaser Vince Waelti out here near Wilmington, North Carolina. And then we've got Brett Adair. He's in New Bern, and I think he might be taking a nap because he ain't moved in like an hour. But he will be moving here shortly. And we'll be able to see more of what's going on there in the New Bern region. And as you can see there, we got live updates on our map of exactly where our peeps are there in North Carolina. Once again, after my stream the other day, you guys, I don't know if you watched the winter storm coverage that we did with Reed Timmer. After we did that one, just about every storm chaser out there has reached out to me and they want to help. They want to help with what we're doing here, which is extremely awesome. It's flattering. It's good, right? Because I think that, once again, I don't think that you can do what we can do on any other platform. I think that we have a really unique ability here to relay information. So in the future, I think that, during severe weather season and stuff, guys, I think we're going to have 5, 6, maybe 7 storm chasers on the ground at the same time. And if it's a widespread event, like if you guys, I don't know if you guys were here for the storm, the December tornadoes in Kentucky, we can have 2 people on that Mayfield storm. We can have somebody up in Missouri. We can have somebody in Illinois, somebody in Tennessee, and be able to go back and forth between all of them. So once again, an unbelievable opportunity unfolding here because of you guys. All right. Reed Timmer would have never known who I was and said, yeah, I'll help you out there if it wasn't for you guys liking and sharing and subscribing and all that good stuff. So thank y'all so much for the unbelievable amount of support. Danny, thank you so much. He says, you're killing it on the weather, man. You're my go-to. I appreciate that. I really do. I appreciate if I am your go-to. I never heard of that before, by the way, before I started doing this. But if I am your go-to, I'm not even kidding. It's an honor. Thank you. Suzanne, thank you for that. Katie said, hey, thanks. I'm in Greensboro and didn't know about the snow until you told us. I have a photo, but I don't know how to send it. It's sorry. Oh, that's okay. That's okay. You can just send it through Twitter. If you don't have a Twitter account, it takes like 2 minutes to make one. And then follow me on there at Ryan Hall Y'all. At Ryan Hall Y'all. Let's see here. Zach said, are you getting your truck back up and going? Yeah, the truck is, the truck's already back up and going. I actually went out last time it snowed here in my neck of the woods. I went out on a little winter storm coverage chase, and it did well. It did really good. Kaylee G. Looky here, Kaylee. We've got Icing in Augusta, Georgia. So let's check this out on the radar here because this is an interesting thing that's happening right now. Interstate 20 between Augusta and Columbia is about to be an absolute nightmare. Look at this. Let's go back to the radar. You saw that. That was near Augusta, Georgia. Here's what the radar looks like right now. Okay? So let's put this into motion so you can really see what's happening here. So you can see we've got these heavier bands of precipitation that are forming off to the west, and they are moving through Augusta, all right, and into Columbia, South Carolina. And what's happening is our rain snow line, our sleet and freezing rain line, has basically formed along Interstate 20 here. So we're seeing freezing rain and sleet in Augusta all the way to Aiken and Wagner and Oak Grove and Batesburg and Edgefield and everywhere in between, including Interstate 20 here. And that's only going to get a lot worse as we go just, over the next several hours. Because once again, if we look at this more in depth on our high definition radar, you can see what's really happening here. The yellows, that's incredibly intense precipitation, especially when we're talking about sleet and freezing rain. Now, if it was just rain, no, who cares, right? But this is not just rain. This is sleet and this is freezing rain. In Augusta, in Edgefield, Trenton, Batesburg. Now, some of you guys on the northwestern side, it's becoming all snow. But apparently on the southern side, we're still talking about sleet and freezing rain there in Augusta, and Aiken, and Burnetttown, Groveton. And there's more to come back here, which is just not a good sign for Interstate 20 between Augusta and Columbia. I think it's going to be an absolute mess as we go forward. Here's some good news for you snow lovers back here in Charlotte. Okay, here's some good news for you snow lovers in Greenwood, Chester, Lancaster, all the way up through eastern North Carolina. You see this? This is new convection, new moisture entering in, funneling in, and expanding. This is going to turn into another big snow band that will move through Greenwood, and it'll eventually go through Charlotte and then Greensboro and Raleigh way later tonight. But that's what you want to see. If you want more snow on the northern end of this the storm that we're talking about today, you want to see more of this happening. You want to see more of that convection building up on the backside of that low pressure system, or the backside of the little swirly thing that we've got going on. And wow. Yeah, I think some people are going to be really surprised in the morning when they go out to measure their snow correctly. Dang. But here's a broad picture of everything. The snow is breaking out, and the ice is getting worse. But thank you, Kaylee, for sending that in. Here is Broadway, North Carolina. Look at this. Broadway, North Carolina. Thank you, Jennifer. It's been snowing since 3:30 p.m. What else we got here? We've got heavy wet snow in Lexington, South Carolina, outside of Columbia. Yep, that's only going to get heavier, and hopefully it's going to become more sticky. It's gonna have the the ability to stick to the ground more as we go forward, as we get a little bit more of that dynamic cooling. I think it is going to happen. So keep us updated there. And I see a lot of you guys are sharing the stream on Twitter. I appreciate that. Here's another view from Virginia Beach from Jordan Moore. Thank you, Jordan. And once again, if you want to send me any sort of pictures or videos, do that on Twitter, please. Oh, here's a good one. Oh, Amanda, thank you so much for sending this in. Let me, hold on. Let me show you this one up close. By the way, here's what my profile looks like at Ryan Hall, y'all. But this is from Amanda in Greenville, North Carolina. You got the at Ryan Hall, y'all, drawn into the snow. And we've got the snow and all of the wintry precipitation falling. Thank you for sending that in, Amanda. Really appreciate that. Really interested in seeing a lot of more stuff around the Columbia, South Carolina area. Here's Pauline, South Carolina. And I can tell just from looking at this, this is probably wet snow here. But it is piling up fast. And those precipitation rates are going to continue to increase for everybody as that convection continues to light up to the west. Irmo, South Carolina, finally getting some snow. You can see that this snow is falling on top of the ice accumulation, and that's what some of you will see. Some of you will see freezing rain first, then a little bit of freezing rain or sleet, and then you'll see snow on top of that, which only makes the road condition like way worse. Way worse. Barbara, thank you for becoming a Slight Risk member. That's super cool. Kyle, thank you for the generous contribution. He says, remember, stay off icy roads if at all possible. A good example of what can happen is what happened with that WSAZ live reporter the other night. Yeah, that was crazy. I don't know if you guys saw that video or not, but it's on my Twitter. I retweeted it. Literally, a live reporter just got hit, just on the side of the road reporting the news, and a car hit literally just ran over her, and surprisingly, she was like perfectly okay. She was like, she apologized to the person that hit her. She was super nice. You guys have probably seen it. It was a super viral video, but yeah, stuff like that. I mean. Not only should you stay off the roads in a vehicle, but stay away from them on foot. That is a very good reminder there, Kyle. Vinny said, your channel got recommended when that first ice storm hit us in the Piedmont area. I love how informative you are without overhyping the weather. Thank you so much. It is very hard for me to not overhype the winter weather. Because I do love it so much, but I do try to promote uncertainty and reduce the hysteria, because I know that a lot of people can kind of freak out when they hear about snow, especially in the South. Not everybody just gets a warm fuzzy feeling inside when they hear about snow. Or else every single video of mine would be like, blizzard's coming next week. Or at least I hope so. Trying to keep that at a minimum. Let's see here. Zach Ketchum, thank you so much for the very generous contribution. It says, I already read that one. Are you going to get your truck back up and running? Yeah, it is back up and running. I might be able to show you that if it's not too far back in the log. Yeah, oh, here she is. So if you guys didn't know, my original plan, when I started this channel was I was going to be a storm chaser. I went and put together this big truck, called it the Storm Seeker, put my name on it and everything, and I went on one storm chase. And it didn't go very well. A lot of you guys have already seen that video. So then I decided, you know what? While this is getting fixed, we're gonna go really hard here on our live briefings and our forecast videos. We're gonna try to make the best out of that while this is getting fixed. And then all of this happened. The channel blew up, and now I feel like it's almost irresponsible of me to take this thing out and leave you all. Like, obviously, I can still stream from this, but the radar analysis, all the stuff that we do here would be a lot harder in the truck. So more than likely, this will be something that I only get to do once or twice a year in the plains during tornado season, whenever those tornadoes hit cornfields, and for the most part, people aren't affected. But I am also looking forward to that big time. Looking forward to get out there and storm chasing a little bit. It is in my bones. Once again, it's just another thing that I was born with. I don't know why. People like me and Vince Waelti and Brett Adair, We just really enjoy being in the middle of extreme thunderstorms and dangerous weather conditions. Don't ask. I don't know why. But I'm very thankful that people like that exist, because especially during severe weather with tornadoes and stuff, they are the most valuable resource that we have to make sure that that warning gets out on time. And then, of course, you have crazy people like Reed Timmer, who are not only helping and aiding in the warning process, but also doing extremely vital scientific research on tornadoes and cyclones and all that good stuff with his gravitron sensors and all that jazz. Storm chasers are vitally, vitally undervalued in our world. Thank you, Cian. Thank you. Oh my goodness, Jonathan Smith. Jonathan Smith. Everybody say thank you to Jonathan Smith, who just became an official sponsor. That's a huge commitment, and once again, couldn't do this if it wasn't for people like Jonathan. And JJ Rush, thank you for the big time contribution. He says, Ryan, what live radar are you using? Okay, so let's talk real quick about the radar. This is a program called WSV3. Okay, I don't think you want this one. This is really pretty and it's really nice if you're on TV or you're doing a live stream, but it's expensive and it's kind of clunky. And it's like if you're just trying to see what the weather's going to be like next week, or not next week, but what the weather's going to be like today. If you're just trying to get a snapshot of the radar, I don't recommend this. However, if you plan on starting a TV station, I like it. It's pretty good. I don't know how many we have in the chat that are looking to do that, though. My favorite radar that I would recommend you go get right now is called Radar Omega. All right, it does cost money, but this is good. This is good. Now, right now, I'm not using it as a radar. I'm just using it to show the watches and warnings. But it does radar, satellite, all that jazz. How long have we been going? Whenever I start slipping up on getting tongue-tied and stuff, I like to look at the time. Only an hour and 43 minutes? Man, I'm getting rusty. It's been a long couple months here with the extreme weather that we've been having. But anyway, speaking of the watches and the warnings, everybody in the purple here, the light purple, you're under a winter weather advisory. That includes Augusta, that includes Greenwood, that includes Charlotte, that includes Greensboro, North Carolina, and that includes Jamestown and Waverly in Virginia, and it even includes Salisbury and Ocean City up here in Maryland. Nobody in Delaware is under a winter weather advisory or winter weather anything right now. That might change. Now, everybody in the pink here is under a winter storm warning, okay? So, Columbia, you're under a winter storm warning for snow accumulation up to 2 inches and ice accumulation up to 1/10 of an inch. I think there's a good chance you might see a little bit more snow than that. Now, Virginia Beach, you're under a winter storm warning for 3 to 6 inches of snow and ice accumulation up to a light glaze. All right. Now, here's the dark purple down here. This is the serious stuff, okay? From Wilmington, we're talking about Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, Southport, Elizabethtown, Jacksonville, Topsail Beach, Maysville, Richlands, Emerald Isle, Beaufort, New Bern, Havelock, Oriental, Alliance, Lake Waccamaw. What? Is that how you say it? Please tell me that's how you say it. I'm moving there if that's how you say it. Lake Waccamaw. And East Arcadia, all of you guys are under an ice storm warning. An ice storm warning for between pretty much 1/4 and 1/2 inch of ice. The forecast ice accumulations will make traveling extremely hazardous and scattered to numerous power outages and tree damage will occur. Ice storm warning down there in southeastern portions of North Carolina and northeastern portions of South Carolina. So this is pretty good. This is pretty good. I like Radar Omega. This is Radar Scope. which is likely the most popular one that you can get. By the way, Omega and Scope you can both get on your phone. They both cost money. All this stuff costs money. If you want the good stuff, it costs money. All right? It's how the world works. And then last but not least, the best one by far is the GR Level 2 or the GR Analyst. This is literally what the National Weather Service uses. And I'm not joking. Now, this isn't a phone app. This is a PC software, and it is also expensive. And I wouldn't recommend it if you're not really trying to get into the nitty gritty of looking at the radar. But yeah, Radar, Omega, and Scope, those would be my main recommendations there. And by the way, man, this is still cranking. This thing is still this thing is still rotating. Do we have anybody in Pompano Beach? Do we have anybody in Lauderdale by the Sea or Oakland Park? Can you stick your head out the window and see if there's a tornado out there? Obviously, I don't think there is. But man, look at this. This is a supercell thunderstorm. We have rotation. You can see the greens are stuff going away from the radar, or towards the radar, and the reds is stuff going away. That's your rotation area. You got your inflow notch, your rear flanking downdraft, what would typically be considered the hook echo. Your forward flanking downdraft up here is, this is literally a supercell storm. And it is rotating, but I don't think that it is putting down a tornado right now. So if anybody is watching out there, don't freak out. It's just if it was daylight outside, that would probably make for a really cool picture of a mesocyclone or some sort of rotation at the base of that storm. No tornado warnings or watches are out right now. I'm just kind of geeking out over the weather radar because that's something that I do. The Ender Boy, thank you so much, man. North Georgia, thank you so much for that. He says, you're killing it, man. I love to see your growth and enjoy watching your content. Y'all be safe and stay off them icy roads. Absolutely. Thank you so much. E Phoenix said, I love your channel and your weather forecast. Lake Waccamaw. Lake Waccamaw. By the way, if you're new here, if this is the first time you've watched, it's just part of the show, man. When severe weather hits, I try to be your local weatherman, even though, a lot of these places I've never been to in my life. So, pronouncing the names is difficult. A lot of the times. I think we had the most fun, though, in Alabama and Tennessee. Old Beans Road and Fiddle Farters. There's some really unique names for places and stuff out there. And it's fun. It's fun to discover new places while we track the severe weather. So this is a current look at the radar right now. Let's put it into motion for you once again. You can see, here's an interesting thing that I want to point out, okay? As we put the radar into motion, you can very, very clearly see that the moisture, everything is moving in this direction, but what isn't moving is the rain and snow line, okay? So normally what you would see in a situation like this is if you're in Lumberton, for example, okay, you're seeing sleet, you're seeing freezing rain right now, and you might normally look at the radar and be like, oh, okay, well, the snow is coming this way. No, not today. Just the moisture is coming this way, and it's going to run into this wall of cooler air on the surface and increased temperatures in the mid-levels of the atmosphere. That's what we're going to see there. Once again, the reason freezing rain happens is because it's warm. Okay, like if you go outside and you're in Jacksonville, North Carolina, for example, if you go outside and it's 28 degrees, okay, it's cold. And you're like, well, why in the world is it raining? Well, because a couple thousand feet above your head, it's 35 or 38 degrees. It's above freezing, all right? Because of the way the storm's moving, it's in the middle levels of the atmosphere. Thanks to the Atlantic Ocean here, it's thrown a bubble of warm air in the mid-levels here. So it's raining above your head, and then that raindrop goes down through that warm layer, and then eventually gets to the surface there where it's 28 degrees. And there's not enough time, because that surface layer of below freezing temperatures is so thin. There's not enough time for that raindrop to refreeze back into a sleet pellet or a grapple pellet, whatever it is. It just hits the ground as a raindrop, and now it's 28 degrees, and it freezes on impact. Okay, that's why freezing rain happens. If it was cold, if it was 28 degrees on your skin on the ground level, and it was 28 degrees 3,000 feet above your head and 7,000 feet and all the way up to the top, it would snow. But no, not today, not tonight. Okay, once again, at Ryan Hall, y'all, if you want to send in some pictures. Wow, look at this. It's really picking up there in Virginia Beach. You guys definitely have an inch now, if not more. I still don't have enough to take the tape measure out, though. Oh, that's another thing. Tape measure, snow measurements don't always work that well, because you got the little lip at the end of the tape measure that when you put that down into the snow, that kind of compresses some snow underneath of it, and that'll throw off your measurement a little bit too. The best thing to have is a metal or plastic ruler that has a really sharp, not sharp, but like thin edge that'll slide and slice right down into that snow. It's crazy how analytical I'm getting here about how you measure your snow. How will it affect southern Delaware? Well, once again, according to the National Weather Service, there's no advisory, there's no weather warning out for Delaware right now. But if we kind of zoom out here, once again, we're not forecasting, we're nowcasting. You can see that there's some snow showers starting to build up here between Charlottesville down to, just to the south and east of Roanoke. These snow showers will move over southern portions of Delaware, especially south of Dover as we go later on into the night. And I think that it's very possible that you guys see a skiff or a scuff of snow. It'll more than likely cause some travel problems early in the morning because even if you only get a very small amount of snow, the temperatures are going to be so low that it still causes some slick spots out there. So it's not, I don't think you're going to see several inches, but you're going to see some snow. It's not going to be anything crazy. All things outdoors. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. I love your videos and I've watched them all. Will there be any snow in Annapolis, Maryland anytime soon? Well, maybe literally like a couple flakes tonight, but other than that, it's a little iffy. It's a little iffy. The long-term forecast is looking a little iffy. All right, let me, first of all, let me show you some of these pictures. Matt, thank you so much. This is downtown Clayton, North Carolina. This looks like a live webcam. Can you tweet me a link? Can you tweet me a link? I'd like to watch it. Hey, looky here. This is my kind of person. Roy, old Roy, man. Me and you, we should hang out sometime. Still got his Christmas lights up. He knew it was coming. Okay, I do the same thing, Roy. Okay, when I know that there's a big snow coming a couple months away, or a month away from Christmas, I just leave my Christmas lights up. Okay, and this is a very no, but for real, this is awesome. I'm glad you're getting your snow there in Bethune. No, I'm butchering that one in South Carolina. I like it. This looks like you got it set up to do like an automated thing. Am I right? Like, does this like play with music and stuff? If so, you should send us a video and give me permission to watch it. Let's see here. This is Denton in North Carolina. Denton, North Carolina. Starting to pile up there. Thanks for sending me all these pictures, guys. Seriously. Greensboro, North Carolina. Another place that'll likely see a little bit more than what we originally thought. Not a whole lot, but just a little bit. But yeah, it's starting to get white out there. Hey, here's our good friend Mitch. Mitch West. I don't know if you guys know Mitch, but he posts a lot. He's like a, you know, he's a weather enthusiast in South Carolina, and he's been freaking out about this, man. He's been really excited about the snow, and I think he lives in Columbia. Let's see what he's got to say.
What's going on, everybody? Check it out, dog. It is snowing. I want to scream very loud, but I can't because my neighbor just got home and she just worked a 12-hour shift, so I don't want to be rude. But deep down in my soul, in my freaking soul, guys, I am screaming at the top of my lungs. And, I mean, it just went to sleet. The heavy snow. It wasn't them light, fake flakes. I mean, it's just these fat flakes. The video don't even do it justice. The ground's covered in 5 minutes. I mean, I don't know if you can see this, but I mean, dude, I mean, what the?
So yeah, that's Mitch West. Once again, I just retweeted that on Twitter if you guys want to go follow him. His enthusiasm for snow is infectious, and it really resonates with me. I don't know about you guys. I don't know how many snow lovers do we have in here. How many snow lovers do we have versus how many snow haters do we have? I'm really curious. Like or how many of you are here to kind of like dreadfully see the forecast and like what's going to happen, and how many of you are here kind of like rooting for me to be like, hey, actually this is uptrending into a blizzard? Oh wow, Gaston County, North Carolina is getting really thumped on. Look at this. Thank you, 42, for sending that in. One of Gaston County, North Carolina, just to the west of Charlotte. Yeah, there you go. That's what I was talking about, man. That's exactly what I was talking about with that new band of snow that's popping up. Okay, we got a lot of snow lovers. I'm seeing way more snow lovers in the chat than snow haters. Look at this. Oh my God, why can I point at that? Lots of snow love in the chat. Couple of snow haters, but lots of snow lovers. I figured as much. So maybe I don't feel so bad. I don't feel so bad about geeking out about it and expressing my enthusiasm towards it. But I do try to keep it at bay a little bit. But here's some really heavy snow here in North Carolina. Once again, thank you, 42 Pros, for sending that in. Big fat flakes there as well. I think that, that's going to be a pretty good little burst of snow for Greenville, down I-85 towards Charlotte. So, yeah, I think you guys might overperform just a little bit from this, too. Let's get an update on our chasers. Where are they at? What are they doing? Vince is now... Man, Vince goes, man. If he's on his way somewhere, he gets there quick, man, because he just goes. He's on I-40. Now a pretty good distance away from Wilmington, and he's approaching, I guess he's going to go all the way to Raleigh, which is pretty good. Pretty good. Like, he'll make it to Raleigh probably around the time that they start getting in on some of that heavier snow. And then we've got Brett Adair over here near New Bern. Okay, he's going to the south and east through the forest towards Morehead City. Okay, so Brett Adair, the one on top here, he's heading towards Morehead City. Because I know we got some people that are watching from that area here in Emerald Isle, Morehead City. So if you see Brett at a local gas station down there, make him feel famous. All right, make him feel famous. Say, I seen you on Ryan Hall y'all's stream, man. But yeah, we've got everything. I'm gonna check back in with them here shortly to see what else they're kind of getting into and any new reports they might have. Looks to me like the roads there that Vince are on, it looks like they're okay still, but there's a lot of the problems with the overpasses and stuff. And the closer that he gets to the snow, the worse the roads are actually going to get. Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the reminder. If you haven't yet, guys, if you haven't done it yet, all 8,000 of you that are here right now, slap that like button. Slap the like button. It does wonders for the YouTube algorithm as far as getting this out in front of people. So if you feel generous, if you feel nice, if you're in a good mood tonight, hit that like button. Joe, oh man, Joe. Yeah, Virginia Beach is absolutely getting the snow right now. Look at this. Let's see here. About 1.65 inches of snow there in Virginia Beach already. Man, I got a feeling that Virginia Beach, somewhere around here, you guys are going to overperform like crazy. Gosh, wouldn't that be crazy if you had more than 6 inches of snow right on the beach there? Here's the current scene in Myrtle Beach, South Carolina, right on the beach. Ooh, I can see the glaze of the ice on the palm trees down there. That is that's interesting. Look at that, the pool's open. Wow. I've been to Myrtle Beach. Now, this is one of the places, I haven't been to a lot of these places in North Carolina, but I have been to Myrtle Beach several times in my life. Yeah, Indiana has been a snow hole. Yes, it has. Here's a nice video from Travis. Thanks for sending that in, man. Look at that ice break. What is that, a trampoline? Got a nice glaze of ice. That's very satisfying to watch. I don't know why. Oh, that was, thank you very much. Virginia Beach. Thanks for sending this video. Watch this. We're going to do a play-by-play here. He picks up the snow, he puts it together, and that's a lot more powdery than I thought it was going to be. But I guess Virginia Beach is a little bit more farther away from that warm wedge in the mid-levels. So I'd love to see somebody do this, what this guy just did. I'd love to see somebody do that in Columbia or around Columbia. I would love to see the difference in the snow there. Watch him one more time here. He goes in, and this is, once again, in Virginia Beach. He grabs the snow, he compresses it, and it does kind of, coagulate. It does kind of stick, but for the most part, it kind of just crumbles apart. That's a drier snow. I'm very interested to see back there between Florence and Augusta near Columbia. I'm very interested to see the consistency of your snow. So if you have the time and you can do so safely, send me a picture of you squeezing your snow. Chris White said, I'm a trucker. It's snowing heavily and I shut it down. That's exactly what you should have done. If we got any truckers listening tonight out there on I-40, I-95, 26 in South Carolina, North Carolina, buddy, shut it down, man. Shut it down. That's another. What do we got now? We got go to sleep and then shut it down. I know you guys are out there if you are on the interstate, you got the CB on channel 19 or 12 or 11 or whatever it is. Start a chain all the way down the road there. Shut it down. Ryan Hall, y'all said shut it down. This is Clayton, North Carolina in Johnston County. Milk sandwiches. Yeah, I think that, you know, even though a lot of people are going to be having milk sandwiches tonight because they bought all the milk and bread and maybe they didn't need it, I think a lot of people are actually going to be glad that they did get the milk and bread, especially the further south and east you go there. Shut her down. Yeah. Here's another one from Bonnie. Thank you so much, Bonnie, for sending in this video. Look at that. What is that? How did you do that? Was that a painting? Hold on. Whoa. That's cool. I don't know. I guess I don't know what that is, but that's very cool. But this is in Smithfield, Virginia.
1470.
And once again, that looks kind of little. No, that's kind of powdery, I reckon. But yeah, you can see it's not really weighing down the trees there much either. I think Virginia, I think you guys are a lot colder than all stacked up above you, even way up above your head. I think you're a lot colder than areas to your south there, your neighbors down there in North Carolina. Here's Winston-Salem, another place that's going to be colder. Thanks for sending that in. Looks like a piece of paper. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Well, kind of. Got a picture of Magnum here. He really wants snow. He really wants snow in Augusta, Georgia. We're going to try our best to get Magnum some snow. And if you guys do get some snow before I end the stream here, please send us a video of Magnum playing out there. Holy smokes.
24.
John 5171 Drive.
5171.
Somebody sent me a picture that is wild. And I don't know if it's real. I don't know if it's real. Hey, mods, do we have Brandy and Frank and everybody in here? I'm posting this tweet in the info stream. Try to verify that for me. See if you can figure anything out on that for me. And if it's real, I'll put it up here. That's crazy, though. Let's see here. Clayton. Clayton, North Carolina, and Johnston County. Once again, here's another video. Okay, that was you see now that was a little bit of a better squeeze. It was also we all he also gave us a good poke there, so that we can really tell the consistency of this snow here. Watch him go for the squeeze. Watch him go for the compression. That's, you know, it's not like the perfect snowman or snowball making snow, but it's also not the perfectly dry powdery snow. So, you know, anything more wet than this is what usually causes your problems with the power outages and stuff. So anywhere south and east of Clayton in North Carolina that is receiving snow, the closer you are in that warm bubble, the heavier and the wetter that snow is going to be. And Vince Waelti is currently going northbound on I-40, getting ready to go by Rose Hill. Oh, and it looks like he's pulling off at the Walmart there near Rose Hill. Once again, actually more specifically, Wallace. Wallace. If we got anybody watching in Wallace in North Carolina and you work at the Walmart, if he goes in to get him a snack or a candy bar or something, I shouldn't say that. Actually, you know what? Leave Vince alone. I was going to say to like make him feel famous and ask for a picture, but he might not want that. I don't know. But yeah, he looks like there's a little bit of snow and sleet mixing in now. He is in, once again, Wallace in North Carolina. Let me pull up the panel here for you so I can show you on the map. He is in, once again, the parking lot there of the Walmart in Wallace in North Carolina, just off of I-40, which is quite a bit, you know, to the south and east of Raleigh. But that kind of gives you a good idea of what the how quickly things are changing there. We've got what looked to me like sleet instead of just the freezing rain. Am I seeing that correctly? Do you have sleet now, or is it still all mostly rain?
It's definitely all precipitation types at this point. It's pretty thick coating of ice on everything, and I think it's primarily from sleet.
Okay, so we've got a little bit of everything out here, according to Vince, and you can even see a little bit on the vegetation out there. Some of the increased glazing and accumulation of the ice that's going on out there. Let's get an update from Brett too. Ooh, wow. Yeah, if we pull Brett up full, that looks like some really good. Hey, buddy, is that all ice on them trees we see there, or is there a little bit of snow mixing down too? Look at that. That's some significant accumulation on them trees.
No, Ryan, I'm north of Morehead City. No snow. That is all ice. 100% ice storm here.
Wow.
Let's see. I am on. I'm on US 70 in Havelock, North Carolina. Just north of Newport, close to the National Weather Service office.
So this is not what you want to see. That's exactly what you don't want to see if you are in Havelock. If you are in, let's see here. Yeah, Havelock to Morehead City, Maysville, all these places in eastern North Carolina. That's some pretty significant ice accumulation on those tree limbs. And I think you can even see, you know, something similar happening there on the power lines. So that is, and I'm telling you guys, this is just starting for you. The heaviest precipitation is still yet to come through. So, yeah, I think that this is definitely going to be one of the places that sees maybe some significant tree damage and power outages within the next little bit. Morehead, North Carolina. By the way, everything that I'm talking about right now is in North and South Carolina and Virginia. Morehead, Kentucky is not experiencing an ice storm right now. Yeah, look at that. Look at the ice hanging off the rocket or the plane there. Let's find out exactly where he is. So Brett Adair is right here in Havelock, to the south and west of Havelock High School, at the Walter B. Jones Park. Okay, he's right across the street there from Havelock City Hall. and the Havelock Water and Sewer Building, or Billing Building, and the City Park. So he's really close to like downtown at this point. Big airport there, Cherry Point. And that's the situation. We've got ice accumulating rapidly. Let's, you know what? Let's look at the radar a little bit more intensively there. First of all, holy smokes. We need, this is, once again, this a band of precipitation down here in Columbia, from Augusta to Columbia, now into Florence. This is expanding and rapidly intensifying here. You're going to see some heavy snow in Columbia. If obviously you already have seen a little bit of it, but it's only going to get heavier. And that freezing rain and stuff is going to get a lot worse there in Orangeburg and Florence. But let's move over here a little bit further to the north and east, closer to where Brett is, to get an idea of what's going on there. And you can see right now, there's really not a lot of heavy precipitation happening. Some of that heavier precip has moved off to the east, but all that stuff that we're talking about to the west that's causing the heavy snow and stuff will be moving its way over here. But even in a situation like this, when you've got this kind of ice accumulation happening, it's almost worse whenever it's not a downpour, right? So, you know, you've got a mist, you've got sprinkles, you got just wetness happening in the air. That can cause, ice accumulation in the same way that just heavy rain could. So we're going to continue to see some big problems coming from the Morehead City, North Carolina, and Jacksonville area, and all these places over the next little bit. This is exactly what can cause power outages and all that stuff. Oh, and I missed it, guys. We did it. We hit 331,000 subscribers. Thank you all so much for hitting that subscribe button. That's all I ask, okay? Hit the like button and the subscribe button. It's free. It's free. That's all you got to do to support. Or if you don't want to do that, that's fine too. I'm just glad that you're here. Once again, if you're just now tuning in, welcome to another Ryan Hall Y'all live stream. We are covering an ice storm, a full-on, seemingly significant ice storm now that is unfolding in Virginia and South Carolina. And then a snowstorm that's happening in Virginia Beach, and all the way down into, once again, Georgia and South Carolina. And I think I left out North Carolina. That's included in that ice storm. But, yeah, Havelock, around New Bern to Jacksonville, you guys are already starting to see enough ice to where I think you're going to start seeing power outages here very soon. It's going to continue to get worse in the Myrtle Beach and Wilmington and Southport areas. But I think that really, like, the heaviest hit spots tonight are going to be over here. From Virginia Beach to Elizabeth City with the snow, and then from Elizabeth City or Nags Head all the way down to Jacksonville with the extremely dangerous and heavy freezing rain, maybe up to a half an inch or more in some places of that nasty ice. Larry, thank you so much for becoming a high-risk member. That's super cool. Mikey, thank you for the super chat. Theme Pro became an extreme risk member. Take a look at that, guys. You all are being super generous today. Metaphysical Mike gave a $20 super chat. Says, you the man. John Haskins, thank you. Marlene Hammond, thank you. Michael, thank you. Let's see here. My wife said 4 inches in Clayton, North Carolina. Think it's possible? Oh, man, where's Clayton, North Carolina? Give me just a second. I'll tell you right now if I think it's possible. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. That's definitely, it's possible. It's not likely. Okay? It's possible. 2 to 4, somewhere in there. But yeah, definitely possible. What else we got here? Justin Heverly, thank you for becoming a moderate risk member. Joe Nissan said, I hate the snow and ice. We are on vacation in Myrtle Beach from New York, and this is crap. Oh boy, I like that was funny. Okay, I feel bad. I feel terrible for you, honestly. I'd hate to go on vacation and get snowed out of it, especially if I'm going to the beach. But I can't imagine you're on vacation in Myrtle Beach. It starts an ice storm, and then probably one of your family members sent you a text message and is like, hey, this guy's keeping an eye on it. If you guys want to keep up with it, here, this guy's good on YouTube. And here I am just singing high praises about the snow, and we're all just loving it. And you are just steaming over there on vacation. Hey, I really am. I'm sorry, man. Nothing I can do about it. But hey, make the best out of it and go out there and build you. Well, if it snows, which I don't think it will very much in Myrtle Beach, but go take some of that ice-infused sand. It'll probably kind of stick together a little bit better than regular sand, and build you a sandman. Build you an icy sandman instead of a snowman out there on the beach. That'll make it better. Hey, here's another really cool shout out from Devin. I like it. People are going to be wondering why there are so many Ryan Hall y'alls written into the snow and drawn on pieces of paper across Virginia, South Carolina, and North Carolina tomorrow. But it's pretty cool. Thank you for sending that in. This is Virginia Beach. Looks like, it looks like in some places in Virginia Beach, there's a lot more snow than other places. I'm assuming that the southeastern side of Virginia Beach, like the actual side that you would go towards the beach, is getting a little bit more snow. And then the northwestern side back towards Norfolk, they're getting a little bit less snow right now. Now, obviously, it's going to all equal out at some point, but that's what it's looking like right now. By the way, we just had a 6.1 magnitude earthquake occur in Indonesia. I have I got this app. I don't know if you guys have this or not, but it's called Earthquake Pro. And you can, anytime there's a magnitude 6 or above earthquake that happens, it'll ping you. But yeah, that's on the southern side of Indonesia. Looks like it is in the water, so we'll see if there is a tsunami warning with that. But yeah, thank you so much, man. Thank you so much for sending that in. Full on snow there in Columbia. Man, look at them big flakes, man. I'm actually kind of surprised that it's not bigger than that, given the precipitation that we're seeing. Or the reflectivity that we're seeing on radar. Yeah, it's not that huge of a deal. They do have a lot of earthquakes over there, but it's also, the ones that happen out in the water, you always have to worry a little bit about the potential for a tsunami. Okay. All right. So we got verification on this. Whoever sent me this, I'm sorry I didn't immediately share this, but like sometimes people send me stuff that are like obviously not real, or like they try to get me to share stuff from like 2 years ago, and I don't know. But I did have this verified. Brandy said that Ryan, I confirmed that this truck is a flip tonight. I just spoke to the Moore County 911. It's on Kelly Road. So a truck loaded with salt overturned in Moore County there in North Carolina. I don't know what exactly would cause this. But even the salt trucks tonight are having a hard time on the road. So this is just another great reason to stay home. Okay. Don't go out. Even though we've got great people out there plowing and putting down salt, it doesn't matter in an ice storm or in a situation where you got a lot of snow on top of ice and sleet. And huge shout out to our moderator, Brandy, by the way, who is helping me verify stuff. I've been duped. I've been duped a couple times. Ice could cause that kind of an accident. Yeah, it could. It definitely could. I don't have any word on the driver. But we will look into that. Yeah, we will look into that. I don't have anything on it right now. I'm assuming, okay, here we go. No injuries were reported. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm assuming we would have heard something by now if there was anything significant with that. But, yeah, this is just it's a dramatic picture to help you kind of make the decision that you shouldn't be going out there on the roads tonight. Because they are starting to look like this. And when they start to look like that, it's never good. You can tell that Vince is crawling right now. It's definitely getting slick out there, guys. And it's not only the slickness that we're worried about tonight. We're also worried about the, especially over here in extreme eastern North Carolina near Jacksonville to New Bern to Morehead City in North Carolina. We are very concerned about all of this. Like you see how the grass is white. You see how the trees are white. Everything has kind of like this white glisten and glow to it. That is not snow. That is literally ice accumulating there. So things are about to get pretty gnarly over there in eastern North Carolina later tonight. Let's see here. Kyle says, can we get a check on the GFS? They see a snowstorm for our area that you had a feeling about. Yeah, we can take a look at the GFS here in a second. Do you guys want to do that? Do you guys want to take a brief break from our live coverage and then do a forecast and look at the models for the future? It's up to you all. While you make your decision, our good friend Roy here has sent us an updated video of the lights in action. I knew it. I knew that this had more to it. And of course it flashes. Oh, do we have music? Yeah. I love it, man. I've always wanted to... I'm a big fan of like decorating for Christmas and Halloween. I've always wanted to go all out with the Christmas stuff and make one of those like coordinated shows with music. Like the Trans-Siberian Orchestra and stuff. Let's see here. George, thank you so much. Isaac, thank you for that. He says it's minus 23 in northern Wisconsin. Ooh. It's currently 20.3 degrees at my house right now. 20.3. Up from 19.6 this morning. That's the spread we've had all day. Okay, so we do want to take a quick look at the forecast, right? All right, real quick, before we do that, we're going to take a brief break from our live coverage on our event here. But before we do that, I just want to say that we are seeing a lot of reports now of accidents coming in. A lot of, roads are being shut down, and we're even starting to get some isolated reports of power outages now in North Carolina, especially. It looks like North Carolina is kind of the hardest hit area right now. I think that that's going to continue to be the case, but also if you're in South Carolina, especially along Interstate 95 and 20 there. Okay, Interstate 95 and 20, especially 20 between Augusta and Lumberton and Florence. That is just an absolute mess. There's going to be all kinds of problems on there tonight. Please, if you're a truck driver, shut it down. Shut it down, buddy. But we're going to get back to that here in a second. Let's take a look at the forecast models. Now, before we do this, I want to be 100% transparent and clear with you guys. This is not a forecast, okay? Every day, not every day, but a lot of days, I make an actual forecast video where we truly analyze the models. And if you want to see that video, the next one that I make, please subscribe to this channel. What we're going to do right now is we're going to look at the models kind of for fun, all right? And we're just going to see what they are showing for the future, because I got a feeling they're going to be showing something really significant if Kyle wants me to check it out. But anyways, before we do that, here's the rest of tonight, okay? Look at this. 1 a.m. tonight, it's still snowing in Columbia. It's still snowing in Raleigh. It's still snowing heavily in Virginia Beach. Look at this. 4 a.m. It's still snowing in a lot of these places. And it's still icing down here in New Bern through Myrtle Beach. This is why I think it's going to be pretty significant tonight in a lot of these places. And we have unconfirmed reports now that allegedly an airplane just went off the runway at RDU. What? I hope to goodness they're not landing airplanes and taking airplanes off in an ice storm. Once again, that's unconfirmed, but we will confirm it or unconfirm it here in a minute. Anyways, back to the models here. Virginia Beach, this area is you're literally going to be in the sweet spot all the way until 6 a.m. 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about maybe 7 a.m. That's when it starts to move out. But look at all this precipitation we still have to go, guys. This is from now until 6 a.m. Let's go over here to winter storm total. You know, on top of what you already have right now, this model is putting out a broad 2 to 4 inches with maybe even more than that around the Virginia Beach area. But certainly, if you already have 2 inches of snow and you're in Virginia Beach, I'd expect at least 4 more inches. Yeah, once again, that's a very unconfirmed report. I haven't heard anything else about it, but the source is pretty good. But yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything else about it. Oh, here's a good picture of the CLT, the Charlotte Motor. Is this Charlotte? CLT Motor Speedway? Yeah, that's Charlotte, right? Winter Wonderland. I retweeted that if you want to see it up close at Ryan Hall Y'all on Twitter. Also, let's see here. Yeah, so that's true. We have confirmed now that a plane skidded off the runway at RDU, presumably due to the snow. No injuries have been reported. A plane slides off the runway during snow at RDU. No one has been harmed. That's crazy. That is crazy. Why are planes, how are they even sliding off the runway? Like, why are they even coming in and out of there? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, Lord goodness, somebody send what is it, air traffic control link to the stream. This is why I tell you guys it's important to share on Facebook. Lord goodness. It's snowing and they can't even see it. They got to have some in-depth coverage here from Ryan Hall, y'all. What was we doing? Oh yeah. We were going to look at the forecast models. We were going to look at the forecast models here. Okay, that's what we're going to do right now. Bear with me as I am very tired, if you can't tell. Been a long day, and we have been streaming for 2.5 hours. I usually go for 10 or 12 hours, but tonight I think I'm only going to go for, at the most, 4. But let's go back over here to the weather models. And once again, we're going to see more snow tonight. We're going to see more freezing rain tonight. It's going to be it's already like a bad situation. We've got wrecks. We've got salt trucks flipping. We've got airplanes sliding off of runways. And we are only 30% of the way through with the storm. Okay? Just to put that into perspective for you. Okay, now let's go into the future, into fantasy land here, and start looking at what we can expect in the future. And let's zoom out for the whole U.S. because I know we got some people over here that are not in the East Coast that are watching. So this is the latest run of the GFS model. Let's see what's going on there. Oh, first of all, we do have this little clipper coming down. Okay, Sunday, January 23rd. All right, this is just day after tomorrow. We are going to see snow in Illinois and Indiana. All right, around Chicago. Around Peoria even, maybe all the way down into Indianapolis. We're going to see snow with this little clipper. Now, it's not going to be much. It's going to be a little scuff of snow, a couple inches for some lucky people. But I know you guys have been in a snow hole. That's also going to go through Ohio and then eventually down into the Appalachian Mountains. Okay, and then another big burst of snow comes into the Great Lakes region on Monday. Okay, this one's going to put down a couple more inches of snow, 2 to 4 inches from southern Wisconsin through central Michigan. And then that's going to skedaddle. And then this is where things get interesting, okay? We have this low pressure system building in the Gulf of Mexico, all right? And anytime this happens in winter, every like meteorologist kind of like zones in on this, okay? Because this is almost always when we get a big blockbuster snowstorm, it starts off like this, with a big low pressure system forming in the Gulf with a lot of moisture. And then look at all this. If you don't know how to read this map, the blue lines here indicate cold air, and the more blue lines there are between you and the red lines, the colder you are, right? So tons of cold air up here. Are they going to interact? Is this going to interact with the cold air and become a big storm? According to the GFS, no, not really, not right now. However, that might actually cause some severe weather in Florida. And certainly some snow over here in the Northeast. But remember, we're talking about Wednesday, January 26th. This is 5 days away. Anything beyond 5 days is voodoo land, and it's hard to like take it seriously. But we're looking for patterns here. Let's keep going into the future, and okay, all right. I see what we're looking at now. Okay, so basically, after we get into voodoo land, where the GFS normally starts to really be a little wonky, a little wacky, we start to see a couple big things happen. First of all, a huge blockbuster historic blizzard over here in the Northeast on January 30th. That's not going to happen. But look at all that cold air it's bringing down with it. And then directly after that, another big storm that starts out down here in Oklahoma and Arkansas, bringing snow through the Ohio Valley into the Northeast once again. And then even after that, another big storm. Basically, everything that I've been saying in my forecast videos and it's just coming to life. Okay, we have such an incredible opportunity. Every single one of these. This one on January 30th. This one on February 3rd, and then maybe one big last hurrah here on around February 5th before we start to change the pattern up a little bit. Every single one of these has the opportunity to be a big snowstorm for somebody east of the Rocky Mountains. Okay. Now, obviously, once we get past the 5-day mark, it's kind of silly to kind of focus on the intricacies of each storm. But I'm telling you, something is going to happen on the January 29th through 30th. Something is going to happen. There's going to be some sort of storm. I don't know the exact impacts yet, but that's been a very consistent signal now. So we're going to watch that one closely here on the channel. Subscribe to the channel if you're interested in this stuff and you want to keep up with it. We will know more about this story tomorrow. We will know even more about it the next day. But just for our weather nerds here, just for fun, once again, this is not a forecast. This is not what's going to happen. But look at this. Essentially a Category 3 hurricane with snow in the Northeast. Look at those surface wind gusts. Up to 80 or 90 miles an hour over the ocean there. 950 millibar low. And then, of course, that would bring several feet of snow to the Northeast. But anyways, once again, that is not what's going to happen exactly. And then there's another shot on, man, that's really interesting. That's very exciting to look at. If you're a winter fan, it's not very often that we see this sort of activity. Now, always, the GFS, the model, you know, it always shows fantasy snowstorms in the future. It always does. But most of the time, it's not this consistent, and it doesn't show this much activity. If one of these doesn't work out, the next one will, right? So yeah, please, if you haven't already, subscribe to the channel. We're going to go in depth and really analyze these models in the future videos, and we're going to nail it down. We're going to figure out which one of these is going to be the one that we have to watch next. But once again, I don't want anybody freaking out. We're not going to have a blizzard up here in the Northeast on January 30th, at least not that we know of right now. We're looking at patterns. Let's look at another model here, the Euro. This one is probably not going to show that big storm. Here's that low. This is definitely going to happen. Okay, this low is going to form down here in the Gulf. And right now, the model consistency is pretty much that it's just going to skedaddle out of here, and we're not going to worry about it. But what happens after that? Oh, my goodness. This is my first time seeing this. This is my first time seeing this. I have not looked at a lot of model data today, but even the Euro sees it too. The Euro sees it too. And that is a very similar solution too. Let's look at the wow. Wouldn't that be something? Look at this giant swing here. Look at this giant swing and trough. It literally comes down, gulfs up a bunch of Gulf moisture, and then kaplunks it in the Northeast. This would be technically an apps runner. Yeah, so that's more than likely going to be that's more than likely going to be the next one that we watch. Now, it's very possible that tomorrow's model runs will just completely get rid of this, and if that happens, that's fine. But I think that this is a very strong signal for something very significant that we've got to watch for in the future here. Okay, around the January 30th time frame, something's going to happen. I don't know. It could be a flurry. It could be a superstorm. or somewhere in between. All right, so that was fun. Okay, basically the idea here is if none of anything that I just said or showed you made any sense at all, the general consensus here is that the forecast models are showing a very active next couple of weeks. Somebody's going to get a big snowstorm. Somebody might get multiple big snowstorms. And we're certainly not going to be in any sort of winter drought or heat wave in the East Coast anytime soon. And if you want to know more about that, hit that subscribe button. I make detailed videos on this stuff almost every single day. Now, let's go back to our live coverage. I told y'all, just like the March. Yeah, so that specific like model run, it does put you in mind of the March '93 superstorm. But man, I'm telling you, these models show stuff like this all the time. We just gotta keep watching it. We gotta keep our eye on it, and we gotta not get too excited. All right. Okay, so here's our latest radar imagery as we are now back live covering this ice and snowstorm. By the way, we did have an aircraft slide off the runway. So here's the latest that we know about this aircraft. Allegedly, an airplane, well, now we know for sure an airplane went off the runway at RDU. We have one of our moderators that trains with the RDU fire services, and they got up with somebody there. And the RDU police say that it is an aircraft emergency. Delta Flight 5501 from DC to RDU skidded off the runway, and other planes are being diverted. Other planes? Buddy, shut it down. Somebody call that airport and tell them Ryan Hall, y'all said to shut it down. What, did they not hear me earlier? Other planes? There were 19 on board. There were 19 people on board this plane, but there are no injuries, and all other flights for Terminal 2 are being diverted. Buddy, shut her down, buddy. That was Flight 5501, Delta Flight 5501. The skies are always busy. I know the skies are always busy, but, you know, it just kind of irks me. It kind of irks me when, you know, when something like that happens, and let's say, now, thank goodness nobody got hurt, but let's say a bunch of people got hurt in a situation like that, and we had to get on the news and hear them say, well, nobody saw it coming. Nobody saw it. We could have never known. Are you kidding me? Like that, you know, if the runway is in a condition to where a plane can skid off of it, you shouldn't have a lot of traffic in and out of there. And we've known that the runway would be in that sort of condition for long enough for them to figure that out, I think. You know what I mean? Obviously, I'm not a pilot. I'm not an air traffic controller. But I think that they could have figured that out in time to not have that happen. Here is the first live picture of that plane there. Delta Flight 5501 from DCA to RDU that went into the snow and mud after landing. There's no injuries and no damage to the plane. This is Chester, South Carolina. Thank you so much, Zero WX. Chester, South Carolina is getting in on some of that good snow. Remember, if you want to send me a picture or a video, send it on over there on at Ryan Hall Y'all. On Twitter. We got powdery snow. Powdery snow in Redford, North Carolina. That is a great demonstration of powdery snow right there, if I've ever seen one. Thank you for that. Let's see here. Bree, thank you for the super chat. It says, hi from icy Beaufort, North Carolina. Wishing it was snow. I wish it was snow too for you. Judy, oh my goodness. Judy Menzel has been a member now for 10 months and is a official sponsor. Everybody say thank you to Judy. Thank you for being a member for 10 months. I can't believe that I've been doing this for 10 months, let alone, you know, we've had members for that long. Anyway, it says, please send moisture to Alva, Oklahoma. Thanks. Hey, no problem. I am on it. I am on it. Clayton says, thanks for the great coverage. No problem. Barbara Evans, thanks for becoming a Slight Risk member. George, thank you for the contribution. Thank y'all. Once again, you're being super, super generous today. Really appreciate all the love. I can't believe that we've had, 7,000 to 10,000 people concurrently watching our winter storm coverage today. Some of you guys that have been here for a year remember these winter storm lives when we only had maybe, 50 or a couple hundred people here during them. So it's very nice to have all you guys here with us tonight.
7.
Aiden is doing the work out there, really demonstrating the consistency and the water content of the snow in Charlotte. Okay, this is in South Charlotte, North Carolina. You see he's got the at Ryan Hall y'all drawn into the snow, and he's out there having a ball. He's out there having a ball, throwing the snowballs at the backboard there. And it looks to me like Charlotte has a little bit of a wetter snow. Now, obviously, it's still pretty powdery, but he was able to make a pretty decent little snowball and get it to come back there. And just in case anybody knows, I know we don't have a whole lot of snow experts in extreme southeastern United States. But if you've got really powdery snow and it just kind of falls apart in your hands, but you still want to make a snowball, you hold it in your hands. You let your hand warm that snow up, and eventually it'll stick together. This is my one chance that I get to kind of like act like I get more snow than some people, and because I don't. But today, if you're in Columbia, South Carolina, I've probably seen more snow than you in my life. Kimberly says the blue planes are RDU inbound flights. Airplanes sliding off the runway don't happen. It doesn't happen very often, but it can, obviously. Some flights are holding and circling, but they'll probably bug out and divert soon if the runway is obstructed or too slick. Well, thanks for the insight. But yeah, all these blue planes, I guess we're heading towards RDU. And they're just going, I mean, obviously, I don't think that it would be the correct plan. Well, once again, I'm not an expert on this. Not even a little bit. But I don't think that any of them should think that they're going to be able to circle around for a little while and then maybe they'll clear that runway off. Like, it's only going to continue to get worse there in Raleigh. So I'd go somewhere else. I don't know. Once again, I don't know how easy that is. But But I think that would be the best course of action there. West Columbia. Man, it is snowing so heavily in Columbia. But like that ground temperature, especially on the concrete and the asphalt, is really not allowing for a lot of accumulation. You've got a lot of heavy snow to go though. Hopefully you guys end up with a couple inches, 2 to 3 inches when this is all said and done. Here's Lexington, South Carolina. Thank you so much, Robin, for sending that in. Jen, thank you for the very generous decision to become a high-risk member. That's super awesome, guys. Thanks for becoming members. Cole says, can you give any forecast for Murfreesboro, Tennessee snow chances? We've already had 13 inches over the past month, and I'm hoping for much more. Great coverage. You're the man, Ryan. So in the near future, there's really not a huge chance for snow right now in your neck of the woods. But as we get closer to that January 29th and 30th time frame, we'll have to watch that storm very closely for the potential for maybe another big snowstorm coming through. But right now, it's just too soon to tell. Too soon to tell. No problem, guys. I'm reading a lot of your comments. A lot of people are saying thanks. No need to say thanks. This is fun for me. I like doing this. We also do a lot of severe weather coverage in the spring and summer, right? So we talk about tornadoes live, and we talk about hurricanes, and all that stuff. And as important as it is to talk about that stuff, and obviously those streams get a lot more viewers and they have a lot more impact, because a lot of times in a tornado, it's like a life or death situation if you don't know what's going on. I don't really have fun doing those. Now, obviously, it can be bad in a winter storm. Obviously, winter storms aren't all fun and games, but like I like to have fun with it. I like looking at your all's pictures and us, kind of geeking out about the snow and stuff. So this is no thanks should be sent to me. I'm sitting here in my house monitoring the weather with thousands of like-minded friends, and just doing my best to get out as much information as possible to you guys, while also living vicariously through you, through your pictures and videos. Because I don't have any snow here, even though it's only 20 degrees. Virginia Beach is almost at 2 inches now. Hey, Brake's got us pulled up there in the shop. He's editing a YouTube video and checking in with Ryan Hall, y'all, there in Fairmont, West Virginia. Here is Kobe Langston there in Dunn in North Carolina. Look at that. How did you do that, man? Oh, I see you got the steps on the sides. Here. That's really good handwriting on the windshield there for such a large area. while also, you know, in such an awkward position to get your body in, you know, to be able to write that. So 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10 on that. It's currently snowing like crazy east of Charlotte.
171.
Oh, so this video is actually from Brett Adair, our storm chaser. Field correspondent Brett Adair says that North Carolina 17 bridge is being closed due to multiple vehicles getting stuck and sliding due to heavy icing. Huh. This is our live feed from Brett Adair. Once again, he's down there near Morehead City right now. He is near Morehead City right now in North Carolina. And look at all that ice. He's got a pretty remarkable vantage point here for us to see the ice. Whenever he gets closer to some of these trees, I'll let you see a little bit more closely. But where he is right now, which once again is right there near Morehead City. If we come back to the panel view here and you look down below my face there, you can see the map. And Brett Adair is heading southbound on Highway 70, just south of Newport. He's going towards Wildwood, okay? So he'll be making it into the, once again, the Morehead City and Atlantic Beach areas here before too long. And then professional storm chaser Vince Waelti is way back up here near Warsaw and Turkey in North Carolina. Oops. I'm originally from Havelock. Hope things don't get too bad for them. Me too, man. It looks like right now there's quite a bit of ice accumulation, but the precipitation has kind of calmed down for a little bit. So hopefully that break lasts a while. But it will eventually ramp back up, and we'll see some more accumulation out there for sure, 100%. We don't have widespread power outages right now. We actually only have like a couple thousand people without power in the whole state of North Carolina, but I do expect that's going to go up as we go later on into the night and then the early morning hours tomorrow. Remember, this is going to be happening still at 4 a.m. in the morning. So, you know, a lot can happen between now and 4 a.m. in the morning. 4 a.m. I think a lot of people, every time I say something like that, I'll say 4 a.m. in the morning. People like always say like, wow, Ryan, I'm glad you said a.m. and in the morning. But like in my head, what I'm saying, it's going to be 4 a.m. tomorrow morning, right? Because a lot of times I'll be talking about times and I'm talking about Tuesday of next week or Thursday of, 2 weeks from now. But when I say 4 a.m. in the morning, I'm talking about 4 a.m. in the morning, tomorrow morning. Did he slide? Somebody said he slid. I don't know if he slid or not. Joy said, Ryan, when you were showing those future weather models, it looked like it was going to be a mess in Kentucky. Can you elaborate? Not really. Not really. That's why I was saying I hope that you all subscribe to the channel and you watch all my forecast updates, because it's just too far away right now. Like, I've said it once and I'll say it a million times. I am the most honest weatherman you'll ever meet, okay? We can barely tell you what the weather's going to be like in the morning. We can barely, weather people, the science, what we have right now, we can barely tell you what's going to happen a couple hours from now. 9 days from now, I can't even imagine how wrong, like if that was like something we had to depend on. So all I can tell you is that based on my experience looking at these weather models, based on my, everything that I know, all I can tell you is that the pattern looks very interesting. It looks very active. And if you guys remembered way back when, before this big string of active weather started, I said the same thing. So I think that, the weather's going to be active. I don't know if Kentucky is going to be hit by a big snowstorm. I don't know if New York is. I don't know if we're going to see another ice storm. All I know is that we are going to see something, okay? There's going to be something to watch. And as we get closer to that event, whatever it is, we will know more and more about it. Like tomorrow, the next day, every video that I post, there will be more information for you to kind of nail down what's going to happen in your neck of the woods. Yeah, look at all that ice on the trees. Yeah, this is there's a significant amount of ice out here, guys. And he is near Morehead City. His exact location, I'll show you all the map here, is he's in Newport. Yeah. So he's in Newport, and it looks like he stopped for a second. But he is in Newport, and he is heading south towards Wildwood. It looks like he's about to get back on Highway 70 down there, Brett Adair is. And then Vince is kind of stationary. He's kind of parked in south and east of Clinton in North Carolina. And here's an updated look at the radar. Man, there's a big, heavy burst of snow getting ready to come through Columbia. Batesburg, Wagner, Oak Grove, Camden, all you guys are getting ready to get one big burst of snow here. Please continue to send me your pictures and videos out there. And also, if you're on, in Augusta or Florence or anywhere in between on I-20, it's going to be a mess. If it's not already a mess, it is going to be a mess. Shut her down. Yeah, a lot of reports of accidents right now, especially in and around Raleigh. Raleigh, North Carolina is like accident city, not only with airplanes, but cars too out on the highways. Stay home, guys. Shut her down. Look at the ice hanging off the power lines too. You can see that pretty good here. Man, it is icy. Once again, in Newport, North Carolina, heading towards the Morehead City area in North Carolina. You can also see that there's not only you can see the ice hanging off of these power lines, but you can start to see the sag. You can start to see the weight that is being added to these lines, and you add, let's say we double the amount of ice that's out there right now. That's when you start seeing the lines starting to snap. Yeah, an airplane slid off of the runway in Raleigh. Nobody's hurt. There were 19 people on board. It's Flight 5501, but nobody's hurt. And they are diverting all other planes that were on their way to Raleigh. No, Brett's not lost. He's just, I mean, this is what he's supposed to be doing right now. You know, he's showing us what it's like on the ground in these neighborhoods where the ice storm is happening. Once again, he doesn't just do this for us. Tomorrow morning, if you see, pictures and videos of stuff on the news from this area, Brett's probably the guy that took them. This is what he does. Let's see here. Lana, thank you so much for becoming a Slight Risk member. Heidi said hi from Franklin, Virginia. Hello. Let's see here. Fenton. I hope I said that right. Fenton Burke donated 4.99 euros. Thank you for that, man. And he said, it's 3:15 a.m. in Dublin. And I respect you for advertising the weather for people that need it. Thank you so much, man. Guys, North Carolina and South Carolina, your weather is so interesting today that people at 3:15 a.m. in Dublin are watching the live coverage of it. How about that? How about that? Guys, I'd say he is sliding. It's a solid sheet of ice out there. Here's a cool picture from Ryan Turner in the Newport News area. Look at this. Beautiful, man. Thanks for sending that in. Once again, a radar update here. It's still freezing rain down here from Manning into Kingstree to Myrtle Beach. Okay, now that freezing rain actually increases in intensity as we get closer to Wilmington, Burgaw, Wallace, Jacksonville, Morehead City, which, you know, like according to the radar here, Morehead City looks like rain. Like I don't know if that's a glitch or what. Let's ask Brett. Hey, Brett, you got an update on the surface temperature down there? Has it changed at all, or are you still around the same? I don't know if we're getting a little bit of a warm air infiltration in here or not. I mean, obviously not too much because we saw the trees.
Ryan, I've actually went down to Newport, down here where the National Weather Service is located, just north of Morehead City. The temperatures have risen some. It's 31 degrees here. Lots of ice accretion, obviously, with the winds picking up, too. So hearing some of those winds pop. But no sleet now. Fully freezing rain here. I'm about to go back toward the north, generally toward Havelock and New Bern. Gonna eventually move up toward Greenville, try to get back into that colder air. It looks like snow is finally taking place northwest of New Bern, so I'd like to get into some of that. Luckily, the asphalt roads, though, are still in pretty good shape. We did run into some brine trucks that are taking the Highway 70 and 17 routes, spraying that brine, so it's keeping the roadways in decent shape, which is great news for travel right now. But hopefully most people are off the roadways, not seeing a whole lot of travel, especially given it's pretty late. Let this thing kick on out of here. We still got a good 6-8 hours of this storm to go along the Carolina coastline here.
Well, that's good to hear that it's still not too bad on the pavement. But we're seeing a lot of the ice accumulation on the trees, and power outages. It's going to be inevitable out here. However, it is very, very interesting that we're seeing the temperature rise there in the Morehead City area. So I'm curious as to whether or not we'll see that continue, or if we'll see some of that dynamic cooling kind of kick in when the precipitation rates kick back up. But Yeah, very, very interesting stuff. And huge shout out to Brett Adair, who is literally the ultimate professional out here, not only with his driving and his pictures and his videos, but also his reports. He sounds like a full on, like this is what Brett should be doing. He's found his calling out here. And I'm very glad that we get to work with him here on the Ryan Hall Y'all channel. He is the owner of Live Storms Media, by the way. If you guys want to subscribe to another weather-related channel, that's a good one. That's a good one. Here I am bugging a cat to death, it looks like. Look at me. I often talk with my hands, you know. Apparently cats, they either love or hate my videos, because people often send me videos like this of cats who are like pawing at the screen, whether it's my my hands or my pointer. You got a cat, they are gonna love this. But that's a very common video that I get sent there. Let's see here. Ashley D. Ashley D says, here's some pictures from, Here's some pictures from Myrtle Beach, or Long, South Carolina, near North Myrtle Beach, where the freezing rain has begun to turn to sleet. Very, very interesting. Thank you. Thank you for sending that in. The cat is weather aware. Don't be scared, be prepared. Kitty. We got heavy sleet in Aiken. Heavy sleet in Aiken, South Carolina. I love it. I feel like I'm here. I feel like I'm there with you guys. It doesn't matter that it's not snowing here. This is our snowstorm, not just yours. Hey, Ryan, what's the orange on the radar? Okay, so a little bit of a breakdown on the radar colors again for you. Obviously the greens and all this stuff down here, that's going to be your regular rain. All right. That's where the surface temperatures are above 32 degrees and the precipitation that's falling is just water. Now, if we zoom in here, I'll show you our storm chaser that we were just talking to. He's over here near Morehead City in Havelock. And you can see what's happening is the radar's pink. Right, we got some pink. That's just the radar telling us that the surface temperatures are below freezing. However, the mid-level temperatures still support rain. Okay, so it's raining there, but the rain is likely freezing on impact. So we call that freezing rain. Now, the orange is sleet or grapple. Which is basically, it's kind of the same thing as freezing rain, but there's more cold air near the surface, so the rain actually freezes into a sleet pellet. So freezing rain happens whenever that cold air near the surface is thin, and there's not enough time for the water or the rain as it's falling to kind of freeze. So it waits till it hits the ground. But if there's a little bit more cold air, a little bit of a thicker layer of cold air, that rain will freeze right before it hits the ground as a little ball of ice. And that's the orange. Now, the blues and the whites back here, that's our snow. And then the dark blues back here, this is our heavy snow. Getting ready to go across I-20 there and into Columbia, South Carolina. Once again, vicariously living through you guys. Let's see here. Raw Dog, thank you so much for the super chat. He says, CNN averaged 540,000 viewers the week of January 3rd, and they have more than 4,000 employees. Ryan, is at 1.91% of that, with 0.025% of the manpower just watching some snow. That's awesome. Yeah, we do really well here as far as like people tuning in, and I'm very grateful for that. And I just think it's because of the uniqueness of what we're doing. You can't replicate this on CNN. They literally couldn't do it. Douglas says, for every inch of snow we've received in Parkersburg, West Virginia on Sunday to Monday, keep up the great work. Thank you, man. That's very unique. I appreciate that. Christina Goodman said the snow is about gone in Augusta, Georgia. The sleet has returned. It was fun while it lasted. Well, I'm glad you got to enjoy it for a little bit, but I think that the snow is going to return again there in Augusta before all is said and done. I don't think you're going to get a lot of snow. I don't think you're going to get a ton, but I think you'll end with snow and not sleet. Look at that palm tree with ice on it, man. Here's a picture from Brett. Icy in Newport. Very icy out here. A very vigorous snow band with snow rates potentially exceeding 2 inches per hour in Columbia looks to be on track. Yeah, let's zoom in here a little bit on Columbia, because I'm telling you guys, I've been watching this little band of snow for a while. Well, first of all, let's zoom in here on North Carolina, and I'll show you. So if you're in Greenville, if you're anywhere over here in northeastern North Carolina, all of this stuff that I'm talking about, New Bern, I'm talking about Belhaven, Columbia, North Carolina, all these places, you are getting ready to get clobbered by the freezing rain and the sleet and the snow. And then if you're just a little bit behind that there in Greenville up to Elizabeth City, you are going to get ready to get clobbered by snow. All right, it's your turn now to get absolutely pummeled by the heavy, wet snow. Now, let's go way back down here to Columbia, South Carolina once again, which, oh my goodness. You think that it snowed heavy so far, just wait until this big band comes through. That is going to be some of the heaviest snow you've seen in your life there around Columbia, Red Bank, Gaston, Pillion, Woodford, Wagner. Man, I hope we get some pictures and videos of that. That's going to be big, heavy, wet flakes. Very fast accumulation rates as well. Holy smokes. It's already starting there in a lot of the area. Mitch West just tweeted out a picture or a video of it. And this isn't even it. This isn't even like the extent of it. The full extent, I should say. So this is in Columbia, South Carolina. Those big, heavy, wet flakes are falling. And it's like, take this times 3. And keep that going for a couple of hours. And you are definitely going to see some heavy snow. Now, unfortunately, I don't think that's going to last more than it's not going to last forever. Once this big band comes through Columbia, I think you are going to see a little bit of a break in the intensity of the snow, but you still have, several hours of overall snow to go. But we are drawing towards an end of the extremely heavy snow. But trust me, you're gonna enjoy this band right here. Here's downtown Raleigh, looking good. Thank you, Evidence. Thank you, y'all. And oh yeah, somebody asked, how do I send in a picture or a video? Just at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Send me anything you want. Anything and everything. It's snowing heavily here in Elizabeth City in North Carolina. Vince is ending his stream. I was assuming that there might be a problem there. Vince had a rough night last night. He wasn't feeling too well. I don't know. I don't think he got all the sleep in the world. So if Vince needs to end his stream, we are definitely going to support his decision there. But hopefully he checks in with us one last time. God, the further he drives, the icier it gets, I'm telling you. With all the volcanic activity recently, how do you think it's going to affect the coming weather patterns? I'm going to make a video about that. I'm going to make a whole video about that. I've been saying that for a couple days now, and I know some of you are looking forward to it. But because of how active everything's been, I haven't been able to. But I am going to make a video about that, I promise.
Union Progress, Bowling Park Drive, Halifax.
We got to think Vince drove like 17 hours straight from Wisconsin to get to Raleigh, North Carolina. In like 17 hours straight. And then he ate Arby's or something. And then he like put his foot in a hot tub that had bacteria in it or something. I know the details of this story are really all over the place, but that's what I heard. Let's see here. This is from Julia. I don't know where this is though, Julia. Where'd you take the picture from? I'm gonna guess somewhere to the north and east of Columbia, South Carolina. That's my guess. Here is Fort Mill, South Carolina, just south of Charlotte. Thank you so much, Jen, for sending that in. Looks like it's piling up pretty good there. Hey. Let's see here. T-Suit. It's my dog's first snow. He has lived in Florida his whole life. Look at that. What a moment. It's the dog's first time in snow. I can't tell if he likes it or not. KE4 TLC 73s, man. How many ham radio operators do we have in chat today?
You can attach me to fix the traffic. QR91.
Decom 1284's en route.
Got KEOG or KOEG. KD8IKV. Yeah, a lot of hams are radio, or a lot of ham radio operators are weather nerds. Kilo Bravo 9, Yankee Sierra. Ham radio is fun, yeah. It's hard to get young people into it though, and I get it. I get it. Like I'm talking to Brett and Vince. I can talk to them anywhere in the country in a push to talk method without getting a license or having to get them to get a license, and they don't have to worry. They don't have to learn electricity and the wavelengths of radio waves, and it's not as appealing these days to be to get your license because maybe it's not as necessary. However, in a really bad emergency situation, imagine an April 27th, 2011 tornado outbreak. In a situation like that, good luck getting something with the internet or cell towers or anything like that. Good luck getting that to work. And the ham radio will be, it was very useful then, and it will continue to be. Now, one day in the future, it will become even more irrelevant when we have, worldwide satellite internet for everybody and their mom. But even despite its relevancy, it's fun, and it's a good way to learn and connect with people who care about that kind of stuff. I don't know. I love it. My grandfather got me into it. My grandfather was ham radio operators since like the 60s. He was an electrician. Gosh. I wish, obviously, like I got my ham radio license when I was like 15. And I wish I would have been more attentive when I was 15 and listened more to what he had to say, because I could have learned so much from that man. He was a genius. I really do believe that. But here's Tom's Litchfield's son's first snow in Raleigh, North Carolina. Thank you for the coverage. Well, thank you for sending this extremely cute picture. Well, obviously, yeah, I learned some because I got my license at the age of 15, which I think is pretty cool. Here's a video from Zach Davis with another poke. Why are you going outside with your phone, son? I got to give Ryan Hall y'all a finger poke in the snow. Hey, that really does a really good job of letting us see how deep it is and kind of understand the consistency. I appreciate that, Zach. Here is mission accomplished. Hey Ryan, thanks for the great coverage. It's been sleeting all night here in Magnolia, North Carolina. I just walked out and snapped this. Joe Burns, thank you so much for that. Super generous. Raven Shield, thank you for that. Jesus Leon says, I recently discovered you from Tennessee. Thanks for all you do. Any tips for above ground tornado shelters? No, not really. I don't have any tips. I do highly recommend, if you're able to, I highly recommend that you get a below ground tornado shelter. But as far as an above, I honestly don't know much about that. I wish I had more information for you. I really do, but I don't know much about that. Kelly said, I'm not sure if I did it right, but this is Norfolk, Virginia. You did it perfectly. Thank you so much for sending that in. Norfolk, Virginia's getting in on some good snow there. Chimes, thank you so much for being a high-risk member there. I'm getting plumb pooped. We've been going for 3 hours and 38 minutes. Probably am going to wrap it up here in the next 30 minutes or so. But hopefully everybody in Columbia, South Carolina right now is recording a video for me, because I would love to see that heavy band of snow that's going through. And yes, it is going through. Look at that. Wow. Heavy, heavy snow in Columbia, South Carolina. I can't tell if Vince is on the move again or not. No, he's still sitting there in the same spot. But Brett is on the move. He's going north and west. Let me make sure I'm right on that. Yeah. Brett Adair is getting ready to go back through Havelock. So he's on Highway 70 going northbound there, getting ready to go through Havelock. And then Vince is still down here just off of I-40 south and east of Raleigh. So we're gonna stick with Brett and see what's up with him. Here's Virginia Beach, Virginia, from the Oceana Air Base, or near it. Thank you, Joe. That's a good picture. Thank you for sending that in. How do I post a picture on a tweet? You just, man, let me try to explain that. It's different if you're on a phone or on a computer, but if you're on a computer, it's pretty similar. Up here is where you tweet, right? You'll hit this button, the media button. And then if you're on the phone, you can choose from your camera roll. Or if you're on your computer, you can drag and drop files in there and send it in that way. I wonder if there's a way to get this map on the stream with just Brett's camera. We're going to try it. We don't want to obscure too much of what we're looking at here.
The complaint is called back advising the female was having a panic attack and now requesting to cancel.
But at the same time, I would just like to always have a better idea of exactly where he is. That's pretty cool. Yeah, so there's just a couple bells and whistles that we didn't get to try tonight, and we will try them again in the next one. That's one of the main reasons why we do winter storm coverage. Obviously, it's useful. We get to relay information. Obviously, a lot of people want to watch it, so we're going to be here for you. But remember, the main purpose here is for us to test out all of our equipment and our communications and everything that we're doing, so that when real severe weather happens with tornadoes, severe thunderstorms, hurricanes, and all that, this is a well-oiled machine, and we got all of our kinks worked out. All of the branches on the trees have a cocoon of ice on them. Havelock doesn't look as bad as Morehead City, I don't think. But it's hard to tell. We need a close-up of a tree. DG Ouija. DG Ouija, thank you for becoming a member, a high-risk member. Thank you for that. Let's see. Emily says, what is the forecast for a flood of buffalo tears this Sunday? No comment. Let's see here. Chauncey Sauce said, did you hear about the meteorologist who broke his arms and legs? He has forecasts. Oh, thank you. Thank you for that. Joe Byrne said, I'm going to start using plum poop now. I didn't even realize that that I said that. That's how plum pooped I am. DG Ouija, or is it Digi Wedgie or DG Ouija? Anyways, thank you for the very generous super chat. Chimes, thank you for becoming a high risk member. Thank you guys. Once again, you guys have been extremely generous this evening. Oh, wow. Beaufort. So is it Beaufort or Beaufort, man? I said Beaufort. No, I said Beaufort in my video. Okay, anyways, Bree T says Beaufort, 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 Beaufort. In North Carolina is cold and icy.
Hey,
The
Ryan,
branches are getting
I'm
heavy.
back on 40, and it is solid ice.
That was Vince. Yeah, it looks pretty icy. Are you noticing? Are you sliding any, or is it you still maintaining traction? Like how are the actual driving conditions out there? Beaufort, Beaufort.
Terrible. I got winter tires too, so it's saying something. It looks like there's no wheel tracks on the road really either. There might be, one or two sets, but nobody's really out here. Pulled off there for a half an hour, hoping that maybe waiting might improve a little bit, but no, they're definitely going down the tube pretty quick.
Wow. Okay, so I thought that Vince had pulled over to kind of take a break and like rest, but apparently he's like literally waiting for some better road conditions out there. That looks treacherous. That looks extremely treacherous. That is definitely a solid sheet of ice. And once again, guys, like Vince said, it does not matter if you have four-wheel drive. It doesn't matter if you have winter tires. It doesn't matter. None of that matters. None of it matters. In ice, you are still going to slide. Even my truck with the winter tires and the mud tires and all that stuff doesn't matter. It helps in snow, but it does not help in ice. Anyways, here's a good view of that ice from Bree T in the heavily debated, apparently, Beaufort or Beaufort, North Carolina. Half the people from this area say it's Beaufort. Half of them say it's Beaufort. I don't know. I'm staying out of the fight, and I'm just going to call it Beaufort because that's what makes the most sense to me. But anyways, this is the ice in that place. Actually, you know what? I'm going to call it the fort. I'm going to call it the fort. Big old B fort. That's my nickname for you guys now. But anyways, it is obviously cold and icy. You got a lot of weight on them trees. And there's so much more to come. This is what's crazy, man. If we come over here back to the radar, this is not even like it's not even close. It's not even close to being done. There's still hours of precipitation to go over this area, and I'm telling you, there's going to be some power outages. There's going to be, obviously, the roads are going to continue to be really bad. Vince is in like a terrible location for the roads there. Beaufort is North Carolina. Beaufort is South Carolina. Okay. I'm staying out of it still. I'm just going to call it the Big B town, B Fort. Something cool like that. Now you guys are just playing with me. I'm not even listening. I'm not even looking at the chat. I'm not even looking at it. Beaufort in North Carolina, Beaufort in South Carolina. Okay. I'll keep that in mind. Here's a look at Hohen's backyard camera there in Virginia Beach. How much snow do you have in Virginia Beach now? Are we close to 3 inches yet? Let's see a finger poke.
48-year-old male, conscious and breathing, advised he took antibiotics earlier today. TAC 5 on scene to Honeycomb cleared, 2258.
Here's a look at the snow in Columbia, South Carolina. It's still coming down extremely heavily there. Gosh, but like there's something, the ground temperature is still pretty high. You guys are receiving the kind of snow that would generally lead to very rapid accumulation. And don't get me wrong, you're getting it, but those surface temperatures were just a little bit lower. Whew. Talk about a pileup of snow. You're definitely going to meet your forecast, though, for sure. I love seeing your all's dogs' first snows ever. This is Wendell, North Carolina. First snow for our 8-month-old puppy. How sweet. Yeah, the road that Vince is on right now is literally solid ice, and he said he's even having a hard time maintaining traction out here. Now, thankfully, there's not a lot of other people on the road, which is good. I think that's the number one message that we've been trying to get out today. Don't leave your house. Don't leave wherever you are right now, because things are bad, and they are only going to get worse. They are only going to get worse. Like we still have a very long time to go before this is over. So the road there being a solid sheet of ice is not a good sign, because it's only going to get worse once again as we go forward. Now, Vince's exact location, if we take a look at our handy dandy map here, he's on I-40 heading north. Okay, the next place that he'll be near is Fowson, near the East Coast Migrant Head Start there, on the intersection of I-40 and Highway 1779 or 117. I think he's going to go all the way towards Raleigh, I think. But right now he's near that the Phasian area. And Warsaw, yeah, Phasian. So really, he should be in all snow now. He should be in all snow right now. So if we go over to the radar, this is where Vince is. Okay, so he has left most of the freezing rain and the sleet behind, and he's kind of in all snow. But the area of road that he's on just moments ago was seeing all freezing rain. So he's got a sheet of ice down there below his tires, and then on top of that, now there's snow piling up on top of that. So Faison. Once again, it's part of the show. I am going to mess up your town name. All right, if I say it right, honestly, what's the point of even watching? What's the point of even watching if I say your town name right? I would consider that disrespectful if I said it right. Mitch West, looky here, guys. We're talking about 2 inches of snow as of 10:53 in Oak Grove, South Carolina, close to Columbia there. Dang. And I think, I don't know. It could be getting close to time for that big heavy band to move out of the greater Columbia area, but it's still snowing heavily right now in downtown Columbia. This includes Aiken, all the way over to Wagner, Gaston, Elgin. Now, next in line for this big band of snow are going to be places south and east of I-20 there, okay? So we're talking about Springfield, St. Matthews, Eastover, Stateburg, Bishopville, let's see here, Timmonsville, all these places, all the way over to Florence, South Carolina. You guys are going to get in on it too, okay? You guys are going to get this big heavy band of snow come through. It's going to put down a decent amount of snow in a short period of time because those heavy snowfall rates are insane. Now, we got a lot of pictures and videos from Columbia, and honestly, it doesn't look like it's snowing as hard as what the radar suggests, but I'm assuming that the further south and east this band of snow goes, the more it's going to interact with the colder air that's coming in behind this front, and the more likely it is that we're actually going to see some of those snowfall rates increase. Additionally, the heavier the precipitation gets, the more of that dynamic cooling we're going to get. So I'm interested in seeing your pictures and videos from places to the south and east of Columbia as well as this moves through. Remember, I am going to end the stream here, before too long. And even though I won't be live, I'm still interested in receiving your reports and your videos. So please, please, please send that stuff to me on Twitter, at Ryan Hall, y'all, on Twitter. Oh, yeah, Vince is in all snow now, 100% snow. And, this I-40 here is not, it's not good. Obviously, we have road crews out there. We've got the salt and the brine and all that good stuff going down, but they can't keep up anymore. They cannot keep up anymore, and that is exactly what you're looking at if you're going to have to be out on the roads there on I-40 between Raleigh and Wilmington. And once again, it's not even close to being done. Bree in Beaufort, right? Beaufort. Yeah, here's another pic of that solid sheet of ice. The precipitation is rain, but it freezes on contact. Especially once you get that first layer of ice down, like you've got here. From now on, it's like everything's going to accumulate incredibly quickly. So hopefully you don't get too much more rain. Because do you see that thing right there? You can kiss that goodbye. If you get, let's say, double what you have here. And it looks like Brett Adair is also getting into more of the snow there. Brett is getting really close to New Bern. So New Bern is it looks like it's either switching over to a little bit of sleet and snow, or the road is literally a skating rink there and it's all ice. We'll ask him here in a minute. Don't want to bug these guys too much while they're driving, How much longer are you going to be on? Honestly, usually whenever I do the 10-hour long live streams for severe weather, I kind of prepare for that. I did not prepare for a 10-hour long live stream today, so I'll be ending the stream before too long. But right now, I've got enough to keep going, so I'm just going to keep going until I feel like I need to go to sleep. All right, we got us a finger poke from Devin. All right, here's a finger poke from Virginia Beach. That's a nice poke. And yeah, Virginia Beach is definitely approaching. Look at how heavily it's snowing too. I'm telling you, I cannot wait to see what you guys end up with in the morning. A general look at the radar here does tell a story. Obviously, some of that heavier snow is getting into the Virginia Beach area. But look at the backside of the precipitation shield here. Okay, let's zoom in. All right, so the general motion of the storm is this way. So you would expect that we wouldn't see a whole lot of movement in this backside of the precipitation shield, but just in the past hour, okay, this is just the past hour loop here. We've already seen a pretty significant shift in that, so this might be moving a little bit further east than what we originally thought it would based on that NAM model. But still, you guys you're I think Virginia Beach, you are definitely going to get your 3 to 6 inches. You're already halfway there to the higher end. Did they just give up or what? Is everybody okay there?
Either they went through one of those dividers that are made out of steel cables and ended up going right through the middle of them. No injuries or anything. The SUV that I was stopped by, I guess, is harboring them inside. They're just trying to figure out what to do for a tow vehicle, because supposedly the tow trucks are not operating right now, according to them. So I'm not sure if that's a county-wide thing or what.
Dang. I'm going to replay that just in case you didn't hear that.
Yeah, I think that was some evidence of that.
Well, never mind. I lost the message, I guess. No, here it is.
Either they went through one of those dividers that are made out of steel cables and ended up going right through the middle of them. No injuries or anything.
Okay. So as you can tell, stuff's getting serious out there on the roads. I don't think that you can go out there and play around in this. And I always mention this, you know, if you're somebody that's wanting to drive around. Now, obviously, sometimes you have to, right? Sometimes you have to. And if you have to, that's really unfortunate. It's an emergency. But be very careful. Look at Brett. Look at how slow Brett's going. All right? Go slower than Brett. If you don't have to go out, if you want to go out and sightsee, if you want to go out and just drive around, a lot of people, they think, well, I can drive in the snow, I can drive in the ice, I know what I'm doing. Well, that's great, man, but most people don't, all right? There's a lot of people out there who are just, no, all right? They don't know what they're doing. And in a situation like today, you can be driving as carefully as you possibly could, but there's going to be so many people who are just all over the place, and what's going to stop them from plowing right into you? All right. The best thing to do this evening is stay home. Okay. There shouldn't be anybody going to, there should be nothing going on down here in southeastern North Carolina, central South Carolina, and southeastern Virginia. Shut her down. Shut her down. That's what I'm saying.
So who else are you gonna be 10-8 code for?
Mike says, new subscriber here from North Carolina, and I'm very happy you are finally saying Beaufort correctly. You're welcome. Eventually I get it. Eventually I get it, but it takes me a while to get there. The good news is this year, I mean, we've done severe weather coverage live for just about every region east of the Rockies, except for extreme northeastern portions of the United States. We've done the Mid-Atlantic, we've done the Ohio Valley, we've done the Tennessee Valley, we've done Dixie Alley. We've done down here in the Carolinas, we've done Florida, we've done Texas, Oklahoma, we've done the Great Lakes regions, we've done Wisconsin, we've done all these places. So next year, I think I'm going to have a much better, solid understanding of the intricacies of all these little areas and the way that to pronounce the names and the culture. And that's going to help me a lot when it comes to, communicating with the people. It's a very important job, in a tornado outbreak. And I think that's one of the reasons why people resonated with my December tornado outbreak live stream so much, is because, that happened in Kentucky, and I am from Kentucky. I know how to talk to Kentuckians. And I think that's why that worked so well. But yeah, I'm going to work on learning more about all these places. And as time goes on, I think that I'll know Beaufort and Beaufort like the back of my hand. All right. Yeah, we done Old Bean. We tracked a tornado down Old Beans Road there in Tennessee, and I think there was like one house on that road. I mean, we literally had 20,000 people watching, and we were tracking a tornado down Old Beans Creek Road in Tennessee. That's another thing that you can't get on the Weather Channel, man. If it ain't hitting a city, if it ain't hitting somebody in the big city, they don't care. Here on this channel, even Old Beans Creek Road gets priority coverage. We're seeing snow, sleet, and freezing rain now in Myrtle Beach. Lexington, South Carolina has measured between 2.5 and 3 inches. We haven't seen 1 inch of snow in almost 8 years. Congratulations, guys. I'm happy. I'm happy for y'all. I'm happy you're getting your snow. I know a lot of you were looking forward to it, and a lot of you were kind of upset when the models started waffling back and forth. But we're here, and it's happening, and enjoy it, guys. Enjoy it. It's actually going to be pretty cold tomorrow, too, so it's not going to immediately melt. So get out there, get the kids out and play with it, play in it, and just have a good time with it. I don't know when the next one's going to come, but hopefully, if you like snow, hopefully it's soon. And we just looked at some of the long-term models that, you know, kind of gave us some hope. Uh-oh, old Brett's got his flashers on. Pulling off on the side of the road here. Where is Brett now? He is basically in New Bern. Near Bridgeton. Yeah, so he's on the he's on Highway 17 east of New Bern, near Bridgeton. He's pulled over here, I guess, just to get some B-roll, some footage of the interstates. Looks to me like there's definitely some sleet falling here now. It doesn't look like it's just rain to me. Will Indiana get any snow this year? Yeah, Indiana will get snow this year. I don't know which part of Indiana you live in, but you'll probably see an inch of snow like this weekend or later in a couple of days. With a little clipper that's coming through. Literally an inch, though. Like, it's not going to be anything crazy. Here's a video from Storm Chaser Reed Timmer, who usually is also one of our storm chasers. I just forgot to text him for this one. This is a Cape Fear Memorial Bridge on the north side of Wilmington, North Carolina. It's iced up and very slippery. The heaviest precipitation is sliding south towards the east coast or towards the coast. In the next 2 to 4 hours will get rough. Most roads are wet, but elevated surfaces are very, very slippery. Michael says the snow has officially stopped in Columbia, South Carolina. And I figured that would be the case after this big band moved through. The snow is going to kind of suddenly stop, but you guys are going to have one more good push. You're going to have one more good push. This is going to be all snow, and it's going to be a much colder air mass too. So whatever you've got right now, add another ½ inch to that, and that's what you're going to end up with more than likely as that final push of snow moves through. Florence is getting it now. Florence is getting in on the heavy precipitation. Once again, as it comes down a little bit heavier, you're going to see that dynamic cooling lead to more snow, and it's just going to be Snowtown, baby. Okay, Florence, Snowtown, baby. Fayetteville, North Carolina, Snowtown, baby. Raleigh, I think you guys are definitely going to overperform. I think a lot of you guys over here in North Carolina are going to overperform. Greenville. And then, of course, Virginia Beach. Let's take a closer look at Virginia Beach. Right now, you're kind of in a lull, okay? I know a lot of you guys have, you've received more snow than everybody else. But right now, you are in a lull. So what we're going to want to see down here is if you want more snow, if you want to exceed that 3 to 6 forecast, if you want to beat everybody and end up with 7 inches of snow, you want to look over here. And you want to start to see some of that intensification of those snow bands. We're not seeing any signs of it right now, but I think that will happen. I don't know what happened with Reed's stream. A data dead zone has temporarily disrupted the stream. I think we've still got a good lock on him on the tracker. Yeah. He's still got data. I don't know what's up with the stream. We'll get him back here shortly, though. But he's on I-40, getting ready to go by Newton Grove. So he's getting pretty close to Raleigh now. Aiden, hey, Aiden, man, thank you so much for sending the first snowman of the stream. Holy smokes, man. Aiden, thank you so much for sending this in. This is huge, okay? As you know, it's customary here for the first snowman to receive the full-on snowman analysis here on the Ryan Hall Y'all YouTube channel. Everybody listen up, all right? We don't play around with our snowman here. This is very important to me. So Aiden has very kindly sent in a picture of his snowman that he made with 2 inches of snow. All right, it's important that we factor in the fact that this is only 2 inches of snow that he's working with here, and it's not the best kind of snow. All right, he's had to compact this together with literally his own sweat. All right, he's had to kind of form this together in his hands. Probably made his hands really cold, and he did a really good job conforming these to spherical shapes. Okay, a lot of people, when they make their snowman, they're a little lumpy. Okay, a lot of times what you want to happen whenever your snowman does inevitably melt is you want it to kind of fall in on itself. Okay, you want gravity to kind of pull in the center of mass down towards the bottom. And you don't want this thing falling over this way. You don't want it falling over this way. And the way you achieve that is you make your, each section of your snowman as spherical as possible. And Aiden, you're doing good here. You get a 9 out of 10 on that. You got a little bit of a wobbly area on both sides of the bottom of your snowman here. But other than that, you're doing pretty good. Okay. One thing that I really like is your unique use of nuts and screws, okay, for your eyes and your nose, okay. I would have loved to have seen a chain for a mouth, okay, something like that, or maybe a couple of nails, small nails, picture hanging nails, and then also we need a button line. We absolutely need a button line on this thing. That's important. This is one of the most important things of a snowman. It just kind of ties everything together. If you don't have a button line, you're not meeting the bottom line, okay. Additionally, I know this is a small snowman. I know you've only had 2 inches of snow, but we need arms on this thing, man. We need them, okay? I think there might be, you got to have some sort of tree down there that has some pine needles on it, okay? Get a pine needle or 2, stick them in, and we'll call it a day, all right? And then a hat. That's another really unique and fun thing that you could have added on here. A bottle cap would have worked really fine, all right? So, but other than that, this is great, Aiden. Thank you so much for sending in the first snowman of this rare storm down here in the southeast. Holy smokes. Vince is in a blizzard, it seems. All right, let's zoom in on him. And once again, he's down here near Newton Grove on I-40. Let me show you what that looks like on our high-def radar here. Let me pull over the right one. Yeah, so Vince, so I want you to look at Vince's stream, right? You see it's obviously snowing extremely heavily. It looks pretty gnarly out there. Vince is here. Okay? So, you know, anytime that you see one of these snow bands coming towards you tonight, and it's the darker green or it's the yellows, it's going to be even more intense than this. It's going to be even more intense than this. That's the kind of snow rates that we're going to be talking about this evening. That's incredible footage there coming from professional storm chaser Vince Waelti.
They initially stated they needed an albuterol treatment, and we lost contact. We're attempting to make contact back now.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to get the map on him too. So we've also got professional storm chaser Brett Adair down here near New Bern. And we're going to go back and forth between these guys, but Vince is definitely, he's got the shot. He's on I-40 north and east of Newton Grove, heading up towards Peacock's Crossroads and Benson. We're going to keep up with him here. Very good job, Aiden, by the way. I'm the reason I'm so hypercritical of snowmen is because I'm a little jealous. Okay, I'm just a little sour about the fact that I'm not the one that's building the snowman. Jess says, I'm right outside of Raleigh, North Carolina. It's like a blizzard here. It has been for hours. Do snonados exist? Yeah. I'm sure they have happened. I don't think there's a real video of one. We had the opportunity of getting one this year, last year, on December 15th. We had an outbreak of tornadoes in Minnesota and Iowa and in places where there was snow on the ground. But a lot of these tornadoes happened at night, and nobody saw them. So, like, there wasn't a lot of snow on the ground, but the idea is that If a tornado can touch down in a place where there's 3 inches of snow or more on the ground, and the tornado is strong enough, it might kind of like pick up the snow, kind of like a water spout, and illuminate the tornado in this white. Obviously, it would look very cool. But nobody, as far as we know, nobody's seen one. But like obviously, the fact that we had that opportunity just a couple months ago means that they've more than likely happened before. Here is an update from Jacob. This is Clayton, North Carolina, in Johnston County. It's still snowing crazy big snowflakes. And he's giving us a good snow squeeze there. Appreciate it, man. I really appreciate that. It shows us. It shows us the consistency. And he even gave us a throw. I mean, could you ask for a better weather report? Jacob, you're going places. Yeah, Vince is getting close to Raleigh now. And it looks like he's moved out of some of the heavier snow. That heavier band is going to stay off to the south and east, but by the time he gets into Raleigh, there's going to be an even heavier band move into his area as well. If you're in Raleigh, it's getting ready to pick up. The snow is getting ready to pick up. I'm going to talk more about, yeah, it's true. It's very true that we are looking at potentially a major snowstorm somewhere next week. Okay? Or next weekend. Okay? We're talking about the 28th, 29th, and 30th of January. But it's too early to talk about the details there. It's way too early to talk about the details. Hey, look here. Joe Burns has got us on the big screen. Thank you, man. Very honored to acquire space on your all's screens today. What about New Bern? This is just to the north of New Bern. This is what it looks like. This is professional storm chaser Brett Adair. And this is what he's dealing with down there. Once again, just to the north of New Bern. Looks like the roads are pretty much ice. It looks awfully slick out there, Brett. How's it looking now? Are we still all rain, or do we have sleet mixing in, or what's going on?
Moving back northbound up 70 north of New Bern, headed toward Greenville, and we're now all sleet at the moment. You can probably see pretty well the road is turning white. We're working our way back north to try to get into this snow band as it continues to push into the Greenville area, and we've even seen some enhancement in the last little while. So roads are definitely slick. I just had a gentleman slide off the highway in the opposite lane of me. He would have been on the eastbound side. I'm on the westbound side. I had to push him out of a ditch, get him up an on-ramp. So, yeah, it's very slick out here. So, like I said, several more hours of this to go, and it's going to continue to go downhill before it gets better. But as you can see, again, road conditions are definitely deteriorating now. This is probably some of the worst road conditions that I've drove in, and, you know, I'm seeing a couple of looks like big snowflakes beginning to mix in, so I'm sure we'll turn to a whiteout at some point here up the road as we get toward the changeover zone.
So Brett Adair, he's driven a lot, okay, and he's driven through a lot of really bad conditions. So that's saying something. Hearing him say that it's some of the worst conditions he's ever drove in. He's done this for a living for a very long time. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of miles here that this man has driven, specifically in the worst weather that has ever happened. Yeah, I don't know how much you've been able to pay attention to the radar here, but it looks to me like you're heading up towards Vanceboro. That'll be the next little community that you pass through. And by the time you get there, according to what I'm seeing, from there up to Washington and Greenville, wherever you're going, it is going to be an absolute whiteout. There's some really big time, snow bands forming up here, and it should be all snow by the time you get past Vanceboro. And once again, guys, this is where he is, and then this is Vanceboro, and this is the big area of precipitation that I'm talking about here.
Yeah, we're seeing some signs of that. The correlation coefficient showing a pretty good changeover line up there. Got some bright banding to the southeast of that. It's continuing to kind of pivot off toward the east with the changeover, though. There's, some of the modeling that had backed off had to come back at the last minute. There's likely to be some pretty good snow totals up here now. Down the New Bern area and further to the south and east where the freezing rain's going on, down by the Weather Service office in Morehead City. Much less snow down there because a lot of the QPF is being eaten up by sleet. But to the northwest, I wouldn't be surprised to see someone with a half a foot to 10 inches somewhere with the way that the snow's coming down.
I completely agree. I completely agree with Brett there, guys. I think we're going to see some of these places overperform on their totals. Some places will underperform. It's just, it's how it goes. That's why we're nowcasting now rather than forecasting. Here's a picture from Andy. Okay, Andy, thank you so much for sending that in. Big fluffy flakes. That's the way I like it right there. That's my favorite kind of snow. And then we've also got some tinier snowflakes coming down in Smithfield and Benson, North Carolina. Susie Q says, we love the snow, y'all. Thank you for sending that in. Appreciate it. All the pictures and all the reports today, guys. I appreciate every single one of them. Means a lot to be able to, just be able to share your all stuff with everybody here. It's almost midnight, and we still have 5,000 people watching it snow. 5,000 people watching it snow. What in the world? What a time to be alive. I love what we're doing here on YouTube, and I'm glad you all are here to experience this with us. So literally every single mile that Brett advances to the north and west there, the snowier it gets. And then, of course, Vince is literally... Holy smokes, man. He is driving through a blizzard. Real quick update on Vince's exact location. He is just about to Benson. He is just about to get to Benson there in North Carolina on I-40 heading to the north and west. And it is coming down. And that plow, that truck, I don't think it even have its blade down, did it? It just gave up. Every school is closed right now. Yeah, that 100%. No school tomorrow. And it has less to do with the fact that it's Friday and more to do with the snow. Tomorrow's Saturday. Logan says, this is what I'm doing right now in Salisbury, North Carolina. Y'all shouldn't be out there on the roads, man. Shouldn't be out there on the roads. However, I never frown upon stopping by an empty parking lot and letting it rip. I do think that if there's any way to learn how to drive better in these kind of conditions, that is one way to do it. Just don't mess with people's stuff. Don't do it around property. Don't do it around light poles. Don't do it around other people's cars. Lord goodness, guys, let's show some respect. This is a great picture, but I don't know where it's from. Once again, thank you, Dr. Woods. I appreciate this. Beautiful out there. Yeah, that would tear me up too when I was in school. A good snowstorm wasted on the weekend. Once again, Vince is getting closer and closer to Raleigh, and he's just in whiteout conditions there. And Brett is approaching a similar situation, but he's going a lot slower. And he's kind of like, Vince is on an interstate. Brett's kind of like on a smaller back road, which has not just snow, okay? Not just snow, but ice accumulation on the road. So I think, once again, we're going to see Brett go to Greenville, North Carolina, and Vince is going to continue on his path to Raleigh, North Carolina. Do you have any recommendations for dash cams? No, I don't. I have one in my truck, but I don't even know what it is. I just got the one off of Amazon, you know? Now, if you ever wanted to do something like what Vince or Brett are doing, like obviously they have it set up with like actual cameras, but like honestly, like Reed Timmer does this for a living, and he uses an iPhone. He just sticks an iPhone in the dash, and once again, he does that for a living, and it works perfectly fine. Like it looks just as good, if not better sometimes, than like one of these big expensive dash cams. So, and also like your internet connectivity is built in to that iPhone, so. Here's a image from the National Weather Service in Newport and Moorhead, North Carolina. Look at that ice. At 11 p.m., we measured 1/4 inch of ice at the office in Newport, North Carolina. Freezing rain is still falling. Yeah, they're gonna end up with more. They're gonna end up with Around a half an inch of ice, more than likely. Here's a tweet from Hunter. Whoa, is that on the beach? Oh my God, it is. This is Virginia Beach oceanfront with a bunch of snow on the ground. Oh my God, that's so cool. Oh, I want to be there so bad. Gosh, I'm so jealous. Thank you for sending that in, by the way. Hunter. I retweeted that if you guys want to see it up close. Here's an update from Fayetteville, North Carolina. Since my last tweet on this awesome snow we are having in the south. Super fun, but freezing cold. I like the wave. Oh, man.
My time 23:44.
Oh boy, I am really pooped now. I'm honestly, like, I'm just interested. I'm interested to see what, you know, what happens with Brett and Vince and like what kind of snow totals they're going to see. That's the only reason I haven't ended this yet. I keep sending them pictures. Yeah, these places have plow trucks, and you know, sometimes they'll get extra help from the outside areas because, you know, it's a way for a lot of these companies and people to just use the equipment that they have. But a lot of them don't have a lot of plow trucks. Like, if it was snowing at this rate in Pennsylvania, for example, you'd see an army of plow trucks out there, but the reason you don't see too many on Vince's stream on the interstate there is just because, I mean, they're out there, but there's just not as many. Okay, all right. So we just looked earlier today at the 18Z run of the models, right? The GFS. Well, now we have a brand new, fresh model run out. It's the 0Z on the GFS. And let's see if it still shows our big fantasy snowstorm. And yes. Holy smokes, it does. I cannot believe that this might actually be a thing. Once again, still 8 or 9 days away. Gonna change a lot. It may actually go completely away. It may end up hitting somewhere over here. It may go up here. It may go down here. It may go over here, you know. But like the fact that this has been consistently showing up now for what? How many runs? Like, how many times has this shown up? It was on the last one. It was on 18. It was on 12. Ooh. Look at that. All of our North Carolinians and people in South Carolina are like, oh boy. But you can see how much it's already changed just in the past 4 runs. But, man, that's crazy. Once again, a 965 millibar low pressure system. This is like a historic blizzard in Boston and New York City, according to this run. Next, the next one it'll be a blizzard in DC, and then the next one it'll be a blizzard in Cleveland, Ohio. We'll eventually get to where we know what's going to happen with this thing, but we're nowhere near there right now. Surface winter 10-to-1 snow ratio. Yeah, so we're talking about like this is putting down 40 inches of snow in Rhode Island, 27 inches of snow in Boston, anywhere from a foot to 2 feet of snow through Long Island. Wow, that'd be cool. I mean, sorry, no snow in South America. I don't know why. I don't know why I hit that. But yeah, that would be a massive, massive storm. The definition of a monster storm there. Golly, man. Don't know. We don't know if that's going to happen, but once again, just another reason for you to subscribe to this channel. Because we're going to talk about that every single day that GFS and the Euro continue to hint at that being a possibility. We're going to talk about it. We're going to analyze it and dissect those models until it eventually completely busts and goes away. Or until it verifies. PC says, I'm so tired, but I can't sleep. There's too much snow to sleep. That's what I'm saying. I feel you, literally. I'm 100% on the same side as you in this situation. I was only supposed to keep this live for 3 to 4 hours. We've been going for almost 5 now. Oh, we'll lean way back here. Go to sleep. Yeah. Yeah, everybody can go to sleep. Oh, it's coming down good in Florence. That's Florence, South Carolina. Thank you, David, for that. Let's see some video of that. Woo. Look at oh my goodness. Somebody's already got 2 feet of snow. Somebody has already got 2 feet of snow. I need a drum roll or a what is that called? The it's called something. I need that sound effect on my soundboard here. Here is some snow in High Point, North Carolina. Wesley says there's already more than what the weatherman said we'd get here in High Point, North Carolina. Hey, don't listen to them weathermen, okay? They will only make you sad. All right, they will only mislead you. No, but it's good whenever the weathermen are wrong in this direction, I think, though. Rim shot. Yeah, rim shot. I gotta download one of those sound effects. Oh boy. Logan says he's heading home after doing the donuts. But then he got stuck on a back road. This is why you don't leave home, man. Once again, I know there's a lot of yous out there that can drive in the snow, okay? Some of you can drive very well in the snow, but other people can't. And now look at you. You're stuck. And it's just going to keep snowing. You're going to be more stuck. That's why we don't condone the behavior of just going out and driving around in this stuff for fun. Unless you are a professional storm chaser Vince Waelti or Brett Adair. C. Andro says, I love that you are willing to test all of the technology available to you so that when the crazy life-threatening weather is upon us, you are able to work with it. Yeah, 100%. The winter live streams are awesome. They're a win-win for everybody, right? You guys get to see the snow. Obviously, there's a lot of people who want to see it, okay? Like news stations, the Weather Channel, some of their best ratings come from like, winter storms. So, like, you guys get to get the coverage. Our storm chasers get the experience out there on the road with their equipment and learning about what they're doing. And then I get to also, like, setting up this live stream. This is a production. This is a big production. There's a lot of things going on that makes all this work. A lot of the stuff you don't know about it. A lot of this stuff you can't see. A lot of it is just, happening in the background. But there's already been several problems during this stream that you guys, once again, you didn't know about, but I was able to fix. I was able to tweak. I was able to move around so that, next time there's a tornado warning, next time there is anything like really fast that's going to happen, that's not going to interrupt our process. So the winter storm coverage is awesome. It's more laid back. It's fun, in my opinion. But it's also an incredible learning experience that is going to make our severe weather coverage even better in the future.
See on 608, 609 for the 1014. Car wise, she's been running from the subject.
Mary, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, thank you for your weathertainment from Norfolk. Now, make the snow stop. It's going to stop. It's not going to stop very soon, but it will stop. Mr. Kazmak, thank you so much for the very generous super chat. By the way, our super chats and all of our members and all that revenue that's being generated this evening, that is going to be shared with our storm chasers. They are going to have dinner on y'all tonight. Hotel, probably. I don't know. I haven't been keeping up, but like Y'all have been very, very, very generous today.
71017101.
Chester, thank you for the super chat. Loud, thank you for that. He says, I sent you a picture. I'll go look at that here in a second. But yeah, thank y'all. Where is the storm going? Good question. Where is the storm going? It's going to the fishes. It's going to be a fish storm out here. It's going to be a fish blizzard somewhere south and east of New Jersey.
1023.
Not really. I mean, once you get really far out over the ocean, it's just too warm. But, you know, it's going out to sea. This is a perfect example of a storm that if it were to, like if you've been paying attention to the channel for a while and keeping up with all of our terminology, if this storm were to have interacted more with one of our blue blobs, this would have been a blockbuster East Coast storm. Kathy says, do storm chasers ever go to sleep? Rarely. Yeah, it's Vince Waelti, the one on the bottom here, drove 17 hours. 17 hours straight from Wisconsin to Raleigh, North Carolina to drive around in the snow. And he's going to do that, all right? He's not going to let sleep get in his way.
Proving that contact.
Let's see here. Ryan Turner's got another few inches there.
Slow units, midnight contact.
Thank you very much, man.
Showing 608, 609, 106, other Ocean Isle units.
Samantha, this is Lewisburg, North Carolina, north of Raleigh, east of Wake Forest. One of our dogs is not a fan of the snow and peed right outside the door on our deck. Yeah, you got a decent amount piling up there near Raleigh. Here is Durham, in the Raleigh-Durham area. From Aaron Griffin. Coming down good. Bruce says, can you say my name out loud so I can be famous? Absolutely. There you go. Here's some more of that imagery from Havelock. Here's a series of images of the ice accumulating in North Carolina. Stay safe and stay home if you can. I believe most of these were taken by Brett. Old Brett.
You can show 117, 1042.
So we have a large live oak here.
Maria Hart with the very generous $20 super chat says, shout out to the two storm chasers, Richmond, Virginia. Temps are 14 and it's snowing. It is 19.8 degrees here at my house. Hey, hillbilly weather. Hillbilly weather is... Oh, man. Man, I love your Twitter. I love your tweets. Never stop. Never stop tweeting. Okay? Never stop tweeting. Now, they're not... Some of them are not safe for me to retweet. That's why I don't retweet them. But they're hilarious. Hillbilly weather. He says he got exactly 0 inches here, but plenty of bread and chocolate milk. And he's got the bread and milk emojis. Thank you, man. Thanks for being a member for 10 months, by the way. That's huge. Here's north of Durham, 2 inches and increasing. Man, there's so many dogs in North Carolina and South Carolina this evening that are having a great time in the snow. Once again, here in Raleigh, you guys are still yet to see your biggest shot of snow. It's moving into town right now.
Decon 384.
384.
You can show us 10-8, 374 is going to remain on scene.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can hear it or not, but this room, it gets so hot in here. You can probably tell. But it gets so hot in this room because I literally have 17 screens, right? And really beefy computers and lights and cameras, you know, lots of heat being generated by this room. But it is 19 degrees outside. You'd think that it's 19 degrees outside. You turn the heat off or whatever, and you're good. It's 19 degrees outside. Your screens will produce whatever heat you need. No, I have to run the air conditioner in this room, even though it's 19 degrees outside. I have to run an air conditioner in this room just to keep the internal temperature of this room around 70 degrees, and it has ran the entire time we have streamed today. Basically, it's the same. It's a window. I bought like a window AC unit for this room, so it's the same thing as cracking a window. It's just fanning it in and exhausting the warm air out. But it's amazing to me that that's how that's worked.
On your out-of-state Union David 1469. Same shows to be a 2021 Volkswagen 4-door.
I have not eaten. That sounds good though. Food sounds good. Guys, I know I can crack a window. You just don't understand. You don't understand my setup. All right, I got to go to sleep. I have to. I just have to. Here's what I'm going to do. Moderators, if you guys are still awake, put in the chat links to our friends here, to their streams and stuff, so that you guys can keep up with them.
I'm back in service with a refusal.
Judy Menzel, thank you for the very, very, very generous $30 super chat. And then Sliced Bread, thanks for the very, very generous $100 super chat there for the light bill. Thank y'all so much. Very generous today. Hey man, are you going to stop in Raleigh or are you going to keep going? What's your plan for the rest of the evening?
I'm going back to the hotel in Raleigh. I'm down to about 30 miles an hour now. Got GPS has me at 57 minutes to go 29 miles.
57 minutes to go, 29 miles. All right, man. Continue to be careful out there. I'm probably going to end my stream, and just for whatever time you're live for the rest of the evening, I'm going to send everybody over to you.
That's fine. I'm actually no longer live.
Oh.
I gotta mute the audio in here. I'll get a hold of you when your stream's done. I'm not quite sure if Brett is streaming anywhere besides you, but I don't know if he's got a YouTube or not to look at.
Let me see. I don't think Brett's live. Yeah, Brett's not live anywhere. Oh, well, you guys are just going to have to watch the regular news, I guess. All right, wait, one more real quick update here. Hey, Aiden, dude, yes, thank you. Thank you so much for sending me this, man. I think you made a whole new snowman here, and you've corrected everything. You've got the bottle cap hat. You've got the small arms. You have the button line. Very creative smiley face with the two screws. Guys, everybody say huge shout out to Aiden here for having a good, being a good sport, taking the criticism well, and then putting forth some action, some effort to really improve his snowman game. And this is a 10 out of 10. This is a 10 out of 10. Thumbs up. Screenshot this, Aiden. Thumbs up to you, man. 10 out of 10. That'll probably be one of the last ones of those I give this season. Let me see if Brett's on YouTube here. Hey, Brett, I'm probably going to end my stream. I was just wondering if there's going to be anywhere for my people to go watch you if you're going to be out there for a little while longer. Do you have a stream on YouTube?
421-051.
I don't have a stream running on YouTube right now, but if anybody's listening, the Live Chasing app in the App Store on Android, iOS, and then livestormchasing.com. My feed will be there. We're about to start doing YouTube way more, but that's where I'm going to be at tonight. That's where I've got everything set to run to. I just had a windshield wiper fly off, so I got a little bit of an issue. I got to get to Greenville. Truck's froze up pretty good, but yeah, Live Chasing and livestormchasing.com for tonight, guys.
Well, there you go. Head on over there if you want to keep watching Brett as he is just flinging windshield wipers off of his car as he drives down the road there. And, yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys once again for being here. Thank you for all the support, and just thank you for everything that has happened here with the channel. We are very close to 332,000 subscribers, so please, please, please hit that subscribe button. And once again, I appreciate everything y'all are doing, the sharing, the constant praise. I think that I think a lot of your local weather people hate me. I really do. I think a lot of your local weather people hate me because you guys, not only are you very nice here in chat, not only are you very nice here on YouTube in my comments, but I get tagged every day from every single news station, every single weatherman that's on Facebook and Twitter around the country. Your weatherman will post something like, "Oh, the weather's going to be like this tomorrow," and there's always one guy that's like, "If you want the real forecast, go look at Ryan Hall, y'all." It's hilarious. I would be lying if I say I didn't get a kick out of it. But we don't have to do that. we don't have to make your local weatherman feel bad and have to block my name in his comments and stuff. But thank you all for all the support. Thanks for all, spreading the word and getting, everything that we're doing here out there. I really do think that, this coming spring, summer, and fall with hurricane season and tornado season, we are going to have by far the best, most interactive and authentic and easy to consume severe weather coverage that exists and that has ever existed. And I'm not saying that to kind of pat myself on the back. I'm not saying that to boast myself. I'm saying it because I really do think it's true. I think that we're going to save countless lives this year with this channel, and it's all because of you. Anybody can sit here and be an idiot. Anybody can sit here and make jokes and be relatable and communicate these messages to people. But if it wasn't for you guys getting me in front of them, believing in what we're doing here and sharing it and liking the videos and subscribing and all that stuff, it would be for nothing. So thank you. Thank you so much for that. And with that, I'm going to call it a night and I'm going to go to sleep. I will see you all in the next video. Goodbye.